Hello everyone, welcome to Chess24's broadcast on the Candidates Tournament. We are, as usual, Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and I am International Master Anna Rudolf.
Hi Anita, and hi everybody. Looking forward to the action, right?
Lots of exciting games once again for today. Every day is gonna be really cool. So we have on the first board Peter Swidler against Levon Aronian. Then on board 2 we have Fabiano Caruana against Veselin Topalov. Then we also have Sergei Karjakin against Vishwanathan Anand and Hikaru Nakamura against Giri. What do you think about these games? Who will win?
Yeah, okay, let's go one by one. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about Peter Swidler versus Levon Aronian. So, Peter yesterday was about to win this endgame versus
Nakamura. He was trying really hard. He had a pawn up, so he almost managed to win that game. A pity that at the end there was a fortress. Well, it was an endgame that it was just not possible to win this rook endgame anymore, unfortunately for him. So Levon Aronian is on +1. He is one of the leaders now, together with Sergei Karjakin and Vishy Anand.
So really interesting game, and I can see already that Peter started with c4. I don't see many times Peter playing the English opening, so yeah, should be interesting what he has prepared for this game, of course.
Let me see how their previous games went. They have a lot of games against each other, of course, they play many times.
Yeah, and of course, I see a lot of people in the chat already, as usual. Just as I usually tell you guys and Anna, just give your comments, opinions, everything, yeah.
Also, you can tweet us using the hashtag C24Live. So anything you want to ask, anything you want to tell us, use the chat and Twitter.
Yeah.
I see that there are 2 games between the two where Peter was white and played c4.
Okay.
And Aronian continued with knight f6. And here we will see if we received the other moves, because we don't know how the rest of the game will continue.
Of course. As you guys know here, like many options, d4, knight f3, knight c3. So we have to wait a little bit to see the course of the opening.
What do you predict in this game?
Yeah, I would say like Peter is gonna win today. So
yeah. I say this is gonna be a draw.
Okay, draw by Anita, win by Pepe. So
what do you guys think? Who will win this game? Also, I want to predict the rest of the games too, because Fabiano Caruana against Veselin Topalov. Veselin Topalov is on -2. He lost the day before yesterday as well. Yesterday was a free day. So the question is if he managed to recover yesterday.
Yeah. He needs to. If he wants to qualify for the World Championship, he needs to bounce back already. If not, it's going to be too late, right?
But it's after 2 defeats, 3 rounds, 2 defeats, 1 draw for Veselin Topalov. It's really tough. I think psychologically it's just a really unpleasant situation. Nobody likes to lose, and then you have to forget those defeats, move on, and start as if it was a new tournament. I'm worried about Veselin Topalov because today he's black against Fabiano Caruana, so I think that Caruana can win today.
Yeah, and we have the 2 most asked questions in the chat. First one, where is Jan? Second, where are the moves? Right? so you know.
Let's answer those questions one by one. Jan is here. Jan will come later on. As usual, you will have Jan here. So he is very busy at the moment, but later on he will join us and tell you all his opinion, all the games, and of course he knows a lot more about these players, so it's really nice to have him. He will be here later on.
Yeah, about the moves, you know guys, it's a difficult situation where we are gonna try our best, but you know it's a little bit tricky, so yeah, that's all we can say, right?
Exactly. Chess moves are free. Chess moves have no copyrights. All we want to see are the chess moves. Everybody has the right to see moves on the board. Yeah.
Sometimes I do some strange arrows in the board. Maybe I can copyright those moves, illegal moves, but the legal moves so far are legal. Not copyright.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think about... so I said that Caruana will win today. What do you think? Will he beat Topalov?
I think he has a great opportunity to join the leaders, to win this game, because Topalov is in bad shape, or at least he showed some nerves in the previous game. So I think it's a great opportunity for Fabiano. I would say he can win this game.
I think the same. On the other hand, on board 3 between Sergei Karjakin and Vishy Anand, I expect a draw.
You expect a draw? I would say a draw as well, yeah.
Very solid player.
Yeah,
I think that Vishy will probably not have to make any moves. Because he has everything so well prepared that he can make a draw with black pieces so comfortably, not even thinking, because everything is in his repertoire, everything is analyzed.
Yeah, That's true. Karjakin, the Iceman, he's extremely solid and really well prepared, and it's really difficult to defeat him with black pieces. But we'll see, because Anand is able to do this kind of stuff, of course. And fourth game, we have Hikaru Nakamura versus Giri, your friend.
I think there will be blood on the board, on board 4. I'm afraid that Nakamura will want to win today.
Nakamura, yeah.
He's on -1. He lost to Sergei Karjakin, so he will try to bounce back by winning today, probably.
Yeah,
He
Nakamura.
has the white pieces against Anish Giri, but Anish is very solid, so normally this game shouldn't be something to worry about for all the fans of Anish Giri, like me.
Yeah.
But I believe that Nakamura will try.
Nakamura needs blood today on the board. He needs to hunt Anish Giri today if he wants, to join. To go back to the action, because -1. So yeah, it's a good opportunity with white pieces. Let's see.
I still predict a draw because I think Anish will manage to hold everything and keep the position under control, even if Nakamura tries to go aggressive. What do you think, Pepe?
I don't know. Oh, by the way, people are saying 70 moves are played already in Nakamura versus Anish Giri.
So a very a long theoretical battle, and we are missing it because we don't have the moves.
Yes. So, yeah. So, tell me, what did they do in the past, for example? You have
Which board would you like to know?
For example, Nakamura and Giri.
All right, let's see their previous games. That's something at least we have access to.
Yeah, we have access to our big database with thousands of moves.
So their last games, their most recent games, of course they played against each other in Zurich in the Blitz and Rapid event. Their most recent classical game was from the London Classic, where Anish won with the white pieces against Nakamura. So that's a very recent game, December 2015. Anish won in 43 moves against Nakamura, but there Anish had the white pieces.
Okay.
They also played against each other in the Sinkfield Cup in Norway Chess, of course all the Grand Chess Tour events. Those games were drawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so most of the games were drawn, of course, as usually in the top players' games.
Loads of draws. I'm trying to see if Nakamura with the white pieces has... When was the last time he won? 2012. The FIDE GP and in the UNEF Crown tournament. So, yep, the most recent games are drawn, except for the London Classic where Anish won.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their that's their most recent classical game.
All right. So, good to know all the stuff you told me. What about, for example, Caruana versus Topalov?
Caruana against Topalov. The funny thing is that they don't have many games against each other. This is the matchup where we only have 15 games in the last 7 years between the two players. In the London Chess Classic, they drew against each other, but in the Sinkfield Cup, Fabiano won with the black pieces. Mm-hmm. So that's really something, and he also won in the Norway Chess Blitz event with the black pieces.
Okay.
Then in Sinkfield Cup 2014, of course, that was the best ever tournament of Fabiano's life. He started the event with 7 out of 7 in an elite tournament. That's something that you almost never see, because how can somebody have 7 out of 7? That was like incredible. That's the best performance ever in an elite tournament.
Yeah, he was winning like crazy all the games, yeah.
So in that event, of course, Caruana won as well. He beat Topalov twice already in the last 2 years in classical games. That's bad news for today for Topalov, because he's not in shape and he is on -2. He would need to survive today if he wants to do something in this tournament.
Okay, and we have some moves, at least 3 or 4 moves in Karjakin versus Anand game. So they play knight f3, d5, e3. This is of course not the main move here, but it can transpose to many of the well-known openings. So you want to go d4 in the next move, or c4, or even b3, it's interesting. So they play knight f6 here, and he went for c4. Of course, after something like e6, now playing something like d4, and now, for example, bishop e7, knight c3. e3 is not really played in these kind of structures, because normally you want to develop this guy here on g5, for example, or f4. So, let's say, we could transpose to this kind of opening after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7. Normally, the most played move here is bishop f4 these days. Now it's very trendy, or bishop g5, but e3 is of course possible as well. It's not that aggressive, right? Not the main move played these days. But yeah, it's a natural move. You plan to develop your bishop on f1 and then just to castle. So we'll see how this game develops. And I see we have an Italian opening in Caruana versus Topalov.
Let me see if that's surprising, comparing to the other games they played against each other.
So Italian opening, you know guys that these days the most played line here is bishop b5, the real Lopez, but as we have seen many thousands of the games, millions of games in the last tournaments, the Berlin is being played a lot, and black is extremely solid in these kind of positions, right? So just to remember you guys, the main line that it's being played a lot, knight takes d4, d4, castles, yeah, knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, bishop takes, give me your pawns, queen takes, king takes, and this endgame. Yeah, there are many ideas. After knight f3, for example, there are two possibilities for black here. So one is just to go king e8 and h5. This is the most solid line. There is another very double-edged line, just trying to play bishop d7 and king c8. This is extremely double-edged. Who says the Berlin is extremely boring? Actually, I don't agree at all. There are many double-edged positions when the king goes to c8. Not clear at all. Not so drawish, I would say. So, Lebensbilder. I have here some people in the chat telling that c4, knight f6. Leben, where are you, Leben? Here in my, okay. c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, g3, bishop b4. So this is where people are saying that was played over the board. Of course, g3, the other main option. Knight f3 is possible as well, as we saw the other day. This game with c3, g3, bishop b4, bishop g2, castles, and knight d5 by Topalov, that he ended up losing this game.
Exactly, against Aronian. But it doesn't mean, of course, that the opening itself is losing. He simply missed a variation later on, and he blundered the second pawn. So the first pawn was a sacrifice, we believe, and the second was a blunder by Topalov. That's why he lost that game.
Yeah, you remember this trick? He missed some queen f6 at some point. Remember, guys, you can see the game of the day commentated in German and in English by Jam, in Spanish by this ugly guy on YouTube in our channel. So just go there if you wanna take a look on that game.
I think we should go and see Nakamura's game against Giri, because that will probably be the most exciting game of the day.
Yeah. So you wanna go there.
Exactly.
So we have this line. Let's go move by move. So they play knight f6. We have a Slav, knight c3, knight f6, and e3. This is pretty natural. Of course, the 6 also this exchange variation is pretty solid. Black is fine most of the time in this kind of variation. But after e3, e6, knight f3, knight bd7. Show me, Anita, what has been played before. You have any idea?
I want to see what they played against each other in their previous games. Of course, they faced each other many times in recent years. And the opening, let me see if they have played this variation against each other.
Okay, so knight bd7, queen c2, and bishop d6. And this is the kind of line where you can try to play this g4 ideas, crazy idea. If you guys are attacking players, you would think on playing this kind of g4. The idea is, of course, after knight takes g4, rook g1 is really interesting. And when the knight goes back, you just can take on g7. This is pretty double-edged. Of course, there is also other moves like queen f6, for example, or knight takes h2 that has to be analyzed.
I see one Slav between the two players, and that was with bishop g5 on move 5.
So knight c3, knight f3, you mean here?
Yeah, knight f3 and then bishop g5, so instead of e3.
Okay, so e6 and bishop g5 was played. And yeah, Alright, so they went for this line in a previous encounter. But here Nakamura decides for e3 in fourth move. And queen c2. And he played bishop e2 here in this position. Whoa, and we have a lot of move.
Yeah, they played a lot of moves. Let me catch up with you. So yeah, you can go through those moves.
Yeah.
In the meantime.
So bishop e2, castles and castles. And normally once you have developed this piece from f1, it's interesting to take on c4 and then try to expand your queen side with moves like b5 and then followed by a6, c5, trying to create some counterplay on the queen side. Yeah, the bad thing about taking on c4 is, of course, that you give some control to white in the center. And after bishop takes, b5, bishop e2, bishop b7. Now, of course, you are ready to play e4. b4 can be answered by knight a4, and still the e4 pawn is defended. The usual reaction is to reply with e5, of course, because e5 from white side is threatened right now. So you have to do something about it, and moves like bishop c7.
You shouldn't give up the center.
Yeah, you should give up the center after e5, knight d5. For example, knight takes. It's already extremely good for white.
So obviously e5 is the main move, and that's what they played. D takes, knight d4. Everything goes according to the main line, and then knight eg4.
Yeah, we should think. I mean, what's going on if you just take here, bishop takes e5, and then you just say something crazy like f4? There are some moves, like for example, queen to b6, king h1, and now just take on c3 or bishop d4. This is, of course, another possibility.
It will be a bit similar to Peter's game against Karjakin, the idea that you play bishop d4 afterwards and it's okay.
Yeah.
So knight d4 is the main move, knight eg4. They are following the main line.
Yeah, of course, now you want to jump to f5 in some lines. And this is a nice square for the knight because the bishop is not controlling f5 anymore. So, yeah, of course, this is an interesting move. Knight eg4.
And g3.
G3 was
still
played.
40 recent games in this position. It's a very popular line.
Okay, what happens if we play a3? Of course, there is bishop h2 check, and then this knight is hanging. So let's say bishop h2, king to h1, and for example, you can take on f2 and then queen takes d4.
And it doesn't matter that the bishop is hanging on h2 because the rook will be hanging too on f2.
For example, queen takes d4 and then this rook is hanging. So that's why h3 cannot be played.
The main move after g3 is bishop takes g3. I think we should show it because it's gonna be very interesting. Bishop takes g3. The idea is that we can give up this bishop because the d4 knight is hanging. So after bishop g3, white should go h takes.
Yeah.
You don't have time for knight takes c6 because the h2 pawn is hanging with a check.
So intermediate move, boom, and then you're losing.
That's why h takes g3 is forced.
Yeah.
And then queen takes d4. Black is a pawn up, but white has the pair of bishops.
You have the pair of bishops, you have better center, so you have some open files for your rooks. Rook d1, some point. What has been played here? Queen to d1, right?
That's what I wanted to say. The funny thing is that here the best move for white is queen d1.
Yeah, because actually it's not easy to develop your pieces, right?
That's the problem.
For example, if you go like something like bishop f4, I guess there are some ideas with queen c5, queen h5 coming, trying to give you checkmate, guys.
You can get mated. So here in this position, since white's king is weaker and this queen on d4 is very annoying, it takes a lot of squares under control, it's a good idea to exchange it with queen d1.
So queen d1 is played in this line, and then we have this endgame.
The bishop is still on c1.
The bishop is still on c1, yeah. Queen to d1, and yeah, you have to take on d1,
Takes,
otherwise
rook takes.
This guy is hanging.
Exactly.
Alright, so this is how theory goes.
Yeah, we are expecting that this will happen on the board between Nakamura and Giri. And here black can play with rook e8, attacking the pawn on e4. Although this knight on g4 will be still hanging, so you cannot really grab pawns like that. But it's always good to have the rook on the e file and another rook on the d file. It's a pawn up, but the compensation for white is the pair of bishops.
Yeah. Some compensation, but you're a pawn up, so you don't know in this kind of positions. It's very tricky to judge them properly. So I would say, yeah, compensation for white and interesting position. So what has been played instead at the bishop g3, or they didn't play bishop g3? Tell me.
I think not yet. That's what we are expecting. Bishop takes g3.
So instead of bishop takes e3, Giri played rook e8 in this position. Just tell me if this is...
really?
Yeah, he played rook e8, so could be a novelty or...
Should be a novelty. Let me check.
I will let you check.
So instead of bishop takes g3,
Yeah.
the move that we have said that everybody plays in this position, instead of bishop takes,
So,
he played
wow.
rook e8, which is a novelty.
Wow, we have a novelty in this position by Anish Giri. We are seeing so many novelties in this rounds, right? Almost we are novelty per round,
Exactly,
something like
but
this.
it's normal because it's such an important event and they have been preparing for this competition for months. Their seconds, their trainers have been analyzing all the variations that they play, and they were of course trying to find new moves, new ideas, because if you play the same, if the main line of each theory, then you cannot surprise the opponent. And how do you expect to win a game if you are just playing the moves out of the book?
Yeah, that's really true. And yeah, what comes to my mind here is actually you are allowing to go for knight f5 here, and this is what was played in the game. So of course this is the critical test. Some other move it seems to be pretty slow, so knight f5. And yeah, you're asking now to this guy, what does he want to do? He has to move to c5, for example. This is the most active square, and then you put some pressure on the f2 pawn, on Fiona pawn. Yeah, for example, there are some tricks already. I mean, after bishop g5, there are some tricks with knight f2.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
The bishop on g5 can be hanging.
The idea is after king takes, you can play something like b4 and then knight to e4, I guess. So let's say b4, if you move here, then what's played? Knight to e4 check.
And queen takes,
Queen-
then both queens are hanging.
Yeah, but you can take on g5, I guess, at least.
Exactly, and you have this open e-file and all the things happening against white's king. So wow, this would be really good for black.
Yeah, this is extremely interesting for black. I mean, I don't know what's going on here actually after queen f4, something like this, but looks that we have a lot of compensation for the sacrifice piece, an open king, a lot of weaknesses. The dark squares are just dead for white, so yeah, really interesting. So bishop f4 is tricky, so looks like... No, bishop g5, sorry. Bishop f4 doesn't allow this kind of tricks.
So it's better to place the bishop on f4.
Yeah, now it doesn't make so much sense to take on f2. And Giri played here queen to b6 in this position.
Actually, we were happy about the novelty, but we have transposed to another position.
Alright, so you tricked me.
I did not trick you because the move or the rook e8 was a novelty, I believe, according to our database. But what happened instead is that bishop takes g3 in that position. Can we go back there?
Yeah,
bishop
I can
takes
go.
g3 is the main move.
Okay.
But also in some games, bishop c5
Okay, bishop
has
c5.
been tried.
And
And
now
we
knight
are
f5, right?
transposing to knight f5, rook
Rook
e8.
e8,
So this
and
is the game.
Bishop f4, yeah?
Bishop f4. This has been played.
So no novelty, guys. Sorry.
Not yet. Actually, Anish played this with the white pieces against Shirov in 2014.
Okay. And who won that game?
Anish with the white pieces. So he must have improved that game, because if he won comfortably with white and now he's playing it with black.
Yeah. We see, yeah, a lot of fighting spirit in this round. A lot of interesting games that we are gonna analyze one by one, but we want to stick a little bit in this game because it seems to be extremely interesting and a lot of crazy ideas here. So
Yeah, let's see what happened in the game. I think they played queen b6, which is the main move, and it seems like with black, the player to follow in this variation is Alexei Shirov.
okay. I want to know what's going on, of course, with this e4 pawn. For example, let's say b4 actually can be replied with knight f4, and then you ask this guy what he wants to do. But after queen b6, now you want to take on f2. You want to take Fiona now in
Fiona
2.
is always there attacked. Poor
Yeah.
Fiona.
Everyone wants to take Fiona. So now you have to do something about it, and then there are just two reasonable moves that come to my mind. One is bishop f3, and then the other one is bishop takes g4. So something like this has been played.
Bishop takes g4 has been tried, and
Alright.
also king g2. So you don't let the capture of it check. And
Yeah.
now let's see what happens if it's just knight takes or bishop takes.
Yeah, the thing is about knight takes, what's going on here? Can I go e5 or something and then bishop f3? So let's say knight e5.
Yeah, I have to go somewhere knight.
Let's say knight to d7 and
Yeah.
now something like bishop f3 or something like this. And I'm not so sure what's going on here. You're gonna win this knight.
The question is if we can return with this f2 knight. We have won a pawn, but if the knight will be trapped on f2, if we cannot go back, then it's not such a good idea to capture on f2.
Yeah, that's true.
And if bishop takes after king g2, then the knight can be chased away, I believe.
Yeah, for example, bishop takes and h...
Or we take on g4.
And queen to e2, for example.
Yeah, to attack the knight. And if we defend it with h5, then h3.
Yeah.
So the queen is protecting the e3 square. After queen e2, h5, h3, there's no knight e3.
Yeah, h5, h3, you just go back. So if you go back, just take this guy.
Yeah.
Really tasty bishop on f2.
Yeah, so you cannot capture on f2 with the bishop. If you want to capture that pawn, it has to be knight takes f2, and then we don't know if this knight is coming out of f2.
Yeah, there are many crazy ideas. Yeah, let's say, for example, bishop f3, knight to g4, and what's going on here? You can take and then play something like queen to e2, something like this, forcing this knight back. And there are some ideas attacking the black king. I mean, takes on g4, queen to e2, if knight e5, just take, and then queen to g4, something like this. So
you think this pawn sacrifice is good for white?
I have no clue. I have no clue, I have to be honest, but looks interesting at least. I see so many pieces on the Fiona row just that could be attacking this king. I mean, this rook f1 contributes to the attack. Some queen on e2 later could contribute to the attack as well. So really interesting pawn sacrifice. But I mean, for me, it's more natural to play something like bishop f3, something like this. And in the game, what did they play in the game?
Why do you prefer bishop f3?
I prefer bishop f3 because I just defend the f2 pawn. I don't sacrifice anything. And now I'm preparing to play just king g2 or h3, some moves like this. And also, I have some ideas with knight to d6 in this position, just trying to win the bishop pair. So rook d1 or rook c1. And black has to find something concrete because this setup of the knights here looks a little bit artificial. So it has to be really, really precise now.
Yeah, I agree with Pepe that if we don't know what happens after king g2, knight takes f2, it's better not to give up the pawn. But Nakamura, I think, is the kind of player who doesn't mind sacrificing a pawn or two.
No.
So he might have sacrificed the pawn. Let's see what happened in the game, because there are new moves already.
Let's go back. So,
he did go king g2 sacrificing the pawn.
Yeah, and we were saying like bishop f2 is just a terrible move because later this knight will be attacked.
Queen e2, h3 wins the piece.
Queen e2, this knight is asked, and then after h5 just h3, you have to go back, and then I will collect this free foot on f2.
So you have to take on f2 with the knight if you want to capture a pawn, but it's very risky for black.
It's really unclear. I have no clue what's going on here. Bishop f3 is interesting, e5 is interesting. This deserves a really deep analysis.
Probably they have it analyzed, both players.
Of course, yeah. And instead, so Giri didn't go for the pawn on f2. He just played g6, asking this knight where he wants to go. And after h3 was played, I mean, there are other options. For example, let's say knight to h6, knight takes, bishop takes, and there I guess there is something like, for example, knight cannot go anywhere, but maybe b4 and then just collecting this guy here still looks a little bit risky. Or even bishop d4, controlling this diagonal, just preparing for going like c5, some lines, just opening this diagonal for this little monster here that looks really a sad bishop now, but could be a little monster in the future after c5, right?
Exactly, that's why after g6, the move that has been played twice before this game as well is h3. So g6, you attack the f5 knight, but instead of moving the knight, white attacks the g4 knight as well. Counterattack.
Yeah. Counterattack, and then only move, I guess. Okay, there are three possibilities. You can take this guy here, and then you can take on f2, and then you can go back to e5. So let's see what's going on in every of these lines. So what about if I take here? I guess I can just take,
knight
right?
is captured.
And then let's say
you have to take with the pawn if you don't want to allow e takes f5. But now
the thing
this looks dangerous.
Wow, you have e5, bishop d3, rook h1, a lot of pieces coming for this king. So this
is not something you should play against Nakamura.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like a good business for Giri. So
of course he has this very well prepared, and he knows that here the best move is what he played. we will see soon what he
Yeah.
played.
So knight f2 is also possible, I guess. I guess you can give a check here, and then e5 is coming as well, and followed by some bishop f3 and knight d4. This is so crazy. Let's say knight h6, king g7, and for example e5. What's going on here? Guys, maybe knight d5 is interesting. What about bishop f3 directly? So this knight hasn't got a proper square to escape from now this rook. So yeah, this knight cannot take on e4, right?
Yeah, this is a mess.
This is a mess, but if you manage to take this this knight on f2, just two pieces
minor
for a rook,
pieces for the rook.
yeah, should be great, should be good for white, right?
So what happened in the game after h3 was knight e5. Let me see if there are any other games with knight e5.
Knight e5 was played. Knight e5, this was played really fast by Giri.
What I can see is that in the previous games, g takes f5 was the move.
Okay.
And we said that maybe that's possible. Maybe the engine can defend this, but for a human being, this position is quite risky. Look at black's king.
Yeah, look at this guy here. Yeah, he has no protection, right?
The king is really weak, and even if this position, according to the engine, is close to being 0-0-0, I don't think that anybody would like to play this with black, especially not against against Nakamura.
I would never go for this kind of position. Look, these pieces, they seem a little bit stuck here, and then you have a lot of interesting ideas. Bishop d3, this king is gonna be open, and then rook h1 at some lines, just putting some pressure on the h7 pawn. Yeah, this looks awful, right?
Yeah, so instead of this, Anish has prepared knight e5.
Knight e5. And then the question is, what's going on here? I mean, I see some ideas, something like bishop g5 here, for example. Knight h6. Knight h6 is the most natural
That's
move,
what
right?
Nakamura played, king g7 and bishop g5, and there are no games in this position anymore, so knight e5 is the novelty.
Knight
in the game,
e5 is
I
the
believe.
novelty by Anish Giri. But seems like Nakamura knows something about it because he already played knight h6 quite quickly.
And after king g7, bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
It looks a bit scary, but I believe that Anish has prepared this variation and he still knows what he is doing. If not, then this can become really dangerous.
Yeah, this can be, I mean, there's a direct threat, for example, f4 and e5 looks extremely dangerous now, or even taking on f6. I mean, you would never love to have this king here on f6, right? Let's say you play something stupid, like for example, rook a d8, right? Rook a d8.
But that, you step into the pin, so f4, e5 now.
Then we send Fiona to the battle, and then after f4, yeah, this, for example, knight c4, aiming to go rook d2 here, but after takes on c4, b takes e4, something like f5 or e5. Yeah, e5 just, I think it's pretty good. You can take the exchange later.
You cannot play so careless here with black. The best move, I think, is what Anish played, bishop d4. So after bishop g5, he went bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
And that should be the correct idea.
Yeah.
Now if bishop takes f6, of course you have to capture on f6 with the king. This is something that we've wanted to avoid, but seems like you should live with this.
But still, I find it pretty interesting for white here, just to go f4 again. So where do you go with your knight? I mean, knight to c4? I can just take. And for example, something like f5. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but this seems to be kind of forced, right?
Yeah, but I think we should try to hide the king by going back right away. King g7.
King g7, and then you are threatening to take this guy here. But I could even think on taking here. And after king h6, just rook f7 or g takes f7. This is extremely double-edged position. Yeah?
I agree that this is really, really dangerous.
This is extremely dangerous. There's some good thing about the after rook f7, king to h6. After queen to d2, you have this nice bishop e3, protecting your king. Otherwise, you just are completely lost in this position, right? So on g5, h4 should be coming, and then opening this h file, bringing another guy to the attack.
Yeah, but lucky there's bishop e3, so black is not lost here. But still, he has to be very careful.
I mean, you have to really have prepared this before if you want to allow this bishop going on f6 and then f4, f5, something like this, because it looks extremely dangerous. And wow, what do we have on the board? We have a lot of crazy stuff, guys, today.
So
This is
after bishop d4, this is the game of the day, probably, unless the other games go crazy as well.
what's going on here, Anita? Tell me.
They want to entertain us. Bishop d4, I like that. This is so exciting. Bishop d4, bishop takes f6, king takes. Where is that king going? And f4, knight c4. This is what we analyzed.
Wow, this king loves dancing. He's dancing salsa in the middle of the board.
Okay, I want to say that, yeah, the king is on f6, but on the other hand, white had to give up his dark squared bishop for making this happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I do prefer this position without the dark squared bishop of white.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the bishop pair with black, but this doesn't matter here. This kind of little strategical things that because...
No, I didn't mean the pair of bishops, but
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, right.
look at the, I mean, this is a fianchetto without having our bishop on g7. So before white had the dark squared bishop, and I would be scared of that bishop.
Of course, yeah. Agree. Completely agree with you, Anita.
So f4, knight c4,
Wow,
bishop takes, b takes. This is what we analyzed. This is what happened in the game.
Yeah, this is what happened in the game. Of course, you have to take now because f5 would be just ba-boom! Knight e3, just completely winning the game on the spot. Don't allow this kind of moves, guy. Don't lose your queens.
So he took on c4 and then played f5, exactly what you were expecting.
Yeah, because after e5, I guess you can just go back. And then f5, this is something that you have to consider. But after opening this diagonal for this bishop, looks extremely dangerous for white as well. Look this pair of monster here. Look this, not this arrow. Again, I'm making illegal moves. But bishop g2 and these guys control everything. And
so this is such a double-edged position.
So he went for f5.
It's better to keep the other knight, the other pawn on e4, protecting the white king on g2.
And c5 here was played by Giri. Wow. You see, now this guy is putting some pressure on the e4 pawn. Now, for example, some bishop to c3 in some lines could be threat. And then bishop takes e4. He took on f6.
I like that he is really brave. Anish has chosen a variation where it's nothing like a boring drawish line. This is fire on the board, and he's playing against it. Against Nakamura, and he's not scared of Nakamura, so he doesn't mind that this position is extremely dangerous, but it's dangerous for both colors. You can win this with black too, if white is careless.
Of course, yeah, Nakamura is also very brave going for this line, because this is extremely double-edged. I mean, you just make a mistake here, and then you just lose the game on the spot. For example,
both players can lose this game by one mistake.
Let's say you want to keep your knight here, now bishop c3, and then bishop e4 is coming.
You lose your queen almost.
Yeah, still I don't know. You have this intermediate check. Yeah, this could be interesting as well. Then just go and then take on c3.
With check.
Who knows what's going on here? So this king is extremely weak. There are some interesting jumps for this knight to f5, but these guys can also be very dangerous. This b2 pawn can be very weak as well in some lines.
Wow, guys, today's game is gonna be really exciting, just like in round 3. We are not bored here, that's for sure. We have a lot of entertainment going on the boards. Yeah. Who will win this game? I'm so curious what will happen later on, and whose preparation is better, because I'm sure that this is still something that Giri has prepared. The question is, does Nakamura know it as well?
Yeah, probably. Of course, both are playing extremely fast, 27 moves in half an hour or something, in 50 minutes.
F takes g6, check, king takes, and now knight takes f7. That's the game.
That's a game. Knight takes f7. So let's see what's going on here, guys. So the first move that comes to my mind is bishop takes c3.
Yes, what happens after bishop takes c3?
I guess you can always take with the queen. Now you avoid this kind of bishop e4 threatening your queen. But after rook e4 or bishop, what's going on here? Let's say rook e4.
I like rook e4, so we are threatening all kinds of discover checks.
Yeah.
What do you do here with white?
What do you do here with white?
Maybe you move the king away?
You move the king to h2. It's just a terrible move,
because
I think.
Rook e2,
and then
this is over.
Yeah, this is
you
over.
You win the queen at least.
Boom! And then you take this queen, right? So
you have to go to g1 after rook takes e4.
Yeah, you have to go to g1. Now this diagonal is not open, so it's a safe place for the king. So of course, this kind of move with rook e2, now there are some checks that you have to take in account with knight to e5, and then you can never go to this diagonal because there is this knight jump with the knight.
So what do you do after knight e5 check?
I mean,
if you have to go king Where?
king h6 or something like this. You can just go knight to g4 and then...
Or rook f6 first and then knight g4.
Rook f6 is really nice. Whoa, Anita, you saw this great move.
Sometimes I'm inspired.
Miss strategies, showing a lot of tactic skills here.
Okay, this is mate. No, you cannot go king h6. King h5, I don't believe.
Yeah,
No,
king
no, no.
h5,
So
I
what do
mean,
you do after
you
knight
have to go for
No,
this.
no. This is, there's something going on here. Rook f5 and then the same idea, I think. Yeah, if you go king h5, then rook f5, and then once again the same check on f6.
Yeah.
Woo, this would be really painful, but I'm sure that this is something that Anish still knows. And after knight e5, then what is the move? I mean, you cannot move the king.
I mean, no, I mean, now it's black's turn.
Okay, he didn't have to go.
No, I mean, you can control the e5 square. I think seems to be critical. Something
so
like
should prevent knight e5
queen
check.
e6 or something like this, or rook e8, some stuff like that. But I have no clue. You can just go rook f2 later, rook f1, and I prefer a lot the white's position. Seems to me that black's king is much weaker here in this position.
Yeah, but if Anish has prepared this and he knows that the engine defends this position, and also it's a double-edged position, so imagine that you have the preparation backing you. That means that if Nakamura doesn't know this so well and he makes just one mistake, his position can be lost as well suddenly.
Yeah.
It's such a sharp position, you cannot make a mistake here with any color.
Yeah. So
I just realized that we were so excited about this game that we love the Fabiano, Caruana, Veselin, Topalov graphics on the screen.
That's complete.
We just started being like, wow, what's happening on the board, and we forgot that this is not that game.
We have them now there. So just to conclude here, because it seems that they are thinking a little bit now, I think it's important to keep this dark square bishop because it controls a lot of moves, and then just, I mean, you are too greedy if you want to take this pawn, but later your dark squares will suffer a lot. So Giri, I think people are saying he went for rook f8 here in this position. Of course, you just want to take this guy here. Many possibilities. Now you can jump to d5 with your knight. Now, what else can you do? I mean, this knight is threatened. So what do you do with this f7 knight? And it hasn't got a proper square to jump. Knight d6 is covered, knight e5 is covered, h6, g5.
I like the idea that he kept the bishop. That, as you said, this bishop on d4 is really strong.
Yeah.
It's better to keep it and not win the e4 pawn. So, yeah, now the question is really, what's going on with that knight? Is it just trapped?
It's trapped. I mean, the thing is that this knight is trapped. That's for sure. Because it hasn't got a proper square to jump. But you have some intermediate moves that you could think. For example, knight to d5, because now you cannot...
if I take, it's a check.
It's a check, and then this looks terrible. I mean, king to g7. Now you have some escape routes for your knight, knight to g5, and then some strong square on e6, where you can jump with a lot of happiness there. So let's say knight g5, and then you are not on time to take on b2. For example, rook f1, you always have this queen to h7. So actually this looks extremely dangerous. I mean, queen to b2 could be interesting, but after knight e6 intermediate move,
we are just losing material here.
yeah, even knight takes d4, it's interesting, followed by rook a d1, and then the position of your king is too open. You're gonna lose the c4 pawn later, so let's say knight to d4.
You have to go queen takes d4.
Only move, and then rook a d1. Then you cannot protect this c4 pawn. This square is not available, this square is not available, etc, etc, etc. So this pawn is for me. I want to take it, I will be happy, and then your king is too open, right?
How forced is all this? Because after knight d5, do we have any other moves? I don't want to capture that knight if I can.
I mean, the thing is, I'm threatening to go knight e6.
Before, when you go knight d5, do I have any other moves?
Yeah, of course. I think this is not forced. You don't have to take on d5, I guess. Yeah, I think you can take on b2 directly.
I like that. Let's exchange queens. Before I get mated, I want to exchange queens.
And what's going on here? I mean, now you managed to exchange queens. That's really good.
Woohoo!
Yeah, because this guy here, I mean...
So yeah, I think if I trade queens, I won't be mated. And, okay, the only thing is that after queen takes b2, the knight on f7 is not trapped anymore. It can go to d6. But, anyway...
but now your rook is hanging. I mean, for example, knight e7 check, king to g7. Then it's. I think this is already bad for white. I mean, you can just put
Seems
c3.
like rook is hanging, knight is hanging, the pawn with check is hanging.
Oh,
on
your
an
piece is
e4.
hanging.
Yeah, and the c passed pawn is extremely strong, so this would be just suddenly a winning position for black.
Yeah.
What happens then after queen takes b2? What's the good move here?
What about if I just check first? That does make any difference? Or king g7?
King g7, knight f5 now?
Well, knight f5. The idea is that, of course, you cannot take. This is
Then
boom!
you lose your queen.
Ra-da-da-da! Winning the queen already because there is a check, and then you just take the guy here.
So what can we do after knight f5?
Knight f5. I think you just have to move your king somewhere. For example,
Back. What if I go back? King g6.
king g6. Yeah.
Draw?
This could be a triple repetition. Yeah, a perpetual check. Sorry. So after knight h4 or knight to e7. This is actually a repetition, yeah.
Okay, let's see how forced this is. Like,
I mean, currently we are in this position. So Nakamura has to think about something. So, it's possible as well to sacrifice this knight and then just try to push later e5 and then bring the other rook to f1. For example, let's say king to h2.
Okay, I accept the sacrifice.
Yeah, and then
Give me mate if you can.
Okay, e5 check.
I move the king. King g7.
King g7, and then I just take this guy here, and then I bring the other rook.
Take it, you take... You don't want to take h7?
I want to take h7, yeah.
That's logical.
What's going on here, guys?
No idea. Let's try to escape. Okay, I can go king e8 or king e6.
e8? King e8, wow.
I don't know.
I'll just... Oh, you want to go... Queen to b2 here.
And then it's mate. So
then
you have to be careful. You don't have time for rook f1.
Wow, this is crazy, yeah. So you don't have time for rook f1. Maybe you just have to start giving checks like crazy here.
What happens if you give another check? Queen g8, king d7. I'm trying to go to the queen side.
King f7, queen f7.
King
c8, because otherwise king c6. Yeah, you can also try king c6, but then...
Nah, if I can avoid that, I prefer going to c8, so I keep the
C8.
diagonal open for the bishop. Queen f7, king c8. So what's going on here? I can queen d8. Now, I think you will run out of checks.
Yeah, you run out of checks, and then you are just losing.
Queen d7, if queen e6. Then if queen g8, I go king c7, and no more checks.
Or king b8, just immediately.
Immediately.
There are no more checks, and you see the strength, the power of those guys here.
It's a piece up. I mean, you have 2 pawns for the piece, but your king is extremely weak. So here the white king is suffering too, not only the black king. What's going on in this position?
I have no clue, guys.
Maybe then you have to...
Oh.
After rook f8, yeah, this is the position. So Nakamura is thinking what to do here, and this is the moment, the critical moment, where it either goes right or wrong for white.
Yeah, so I mean, there are just 2 possible lines, I guess. One is to go for the sacrifice with king h2, trying to open the position later, and the other line is just...
you have to move the king, because if not, there's no e5 anymore, it's pinned.
Yeah, and let's say, for example, you want to try something like rook f4. You just take on f7, and this kind of checks, I guess, doesn't work. I mean, this is also interesting. You can go to f6 and then just king to e7. So let's try, for example, rook f1, king to e7, takes, but yeah, this you don't have this check on f2, and then if you don't have this check, looks like black is doing fine here, right?
I really like Giri's choice of opening for today, because it's such a double-edged position, and if Nakamura doesn't know the position, if he doesn't find the best move now, after rook f8, he can be lost out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, this is just preparation from home, I guess. Both, you
but
see,
still, you
30
have
moves.
to prepare it. You have to, first of all, it's a lot of work to prepare lines like this. Secondly, you have to remember all the lines. Third, you have to be brave enough to play it. Yeah,
I mean, it's an amazing line, but looks like both know what they're doing, at least so far. So yeah, I think there is a force line. This perpetual is kind of...
Knight b5 and queen b2. Yeah, that's what we thought, that after queen b2.
Yeah, after queen b2 there is this perpetual check. After knight to e7.
Let's see if it's possible to avoid the perpetual. Knight e7, king g7, knight f5.
Knight f5.
And the problem here is that even if I go king g8, you go knight e7.
Yeah, knight h6 again.
And always repeating king g7, knight f5. So there's no way to do something, even if black wanted to, because imagine if we had a safe square for the king, then next move we exchange queens, we win the rook on a1, or we win the knight on f7. So we would love to go somewhere with the king where there's no check, but there's just no such square.
Yeah, and people are saying here on the chat that it's already a draw. Thanks, guys, for keeping up updated.
So they did play knight d5 and then the perpetual.
Queen b2 and knight to e7. So extremely interesting line from the theoretical point of view. But looks like Giri found a way just to make a draw pretty easily. So yeah.
Yeah, so
great job by his team or by himself. We don't know. Probably is all together.
Exactly. So knight e7 and then it's a draw. Let's just show it. King g7, knight f5, knight e7, king g6. Is, I guess, how the game went. I'm not sure, but if it's already a draw, then they must have repeated moves here.
Yeah. So what about, there's another possibility here. You can take knight d4. Like some people in the chat are saying,
but look at this position, beautiful. Yeah, this is beautiful.
There is a nice shot here, guys. For this is a tactic trainer puzzle. So, guys, what is the move here for black in this position? If white tries to go for knight to d4, there is some.
And you have 3, 2, 1 seconds left.
And the move is bishop takes e4, winning on the spot because you cannot take on e4. There is a pin here, then you win the queen.
Beautiful, beautiful. A pity that Nakamura was also well prepared and he just played knight d5 and went for the perpetual. He has to repeat moves here, if not he's losing.
Yeah. Yo, so draw grid looks like we just have 3 games now to go on.
Yeah, but this was such an exciting draw. I mean, I thought that there was so much fire on the board. A pity that sometimes in such complicated positions there's a perpetual or repetition of moves that no player can avoid. Here white is forced to go for the draw because if not he's losing material, and black doesn't have any good square for the king. He cannot go king takes f7.
Yeah, king takes f7 just loses. Sorry guys. So here for example, after now he cannot go king f7 because knight takes d4 with a check, discover check, and then you just take the queen.
So this game is over. Wow, that was quick.
That was really quick.
I really hope there would be a lot of blood on this board.
Yeah, but these crazy lines many times end in this way, in a forced draw.
This is modern chess, unfortunately. You think that both kings are weak, you think that everything is hanging, and then it's a draw because the engine is always smarter than us.
Alright, so let's change to other game, to Swidler game for example. People are asking in the chat if we can go to Swidler game.
Okay, so my question is, where are all the pieces?
Where are all the pieces? Yeah, so there are 3 questions now here today. Where is Jan? Where are the moves and where are the pieces in this board? Because they all disappeared.
The moves seem to be on the board. Jan will come later on, but where are the pieces? Let's see what happened here in the opening.
Alright, so English opening, knight c3, e5, g3, yeah. One of the main moves, bishop b4. Of course, you can also try, there are many possibilities here. d5, bishop c5, knight c6. But bishop g4 is, of course, natural move, developing your king side, preparing for castles. Bishop g2, castles, and e4. Yeah, this is well known as well. Normally here, black has to take already on c3. That's what people do here, because otherwise you are on time to go knight e2 and to recapture with your knight. And here, in this way, taking on c3 straight away, you ruin the structure of white pawns. So there are 2 possibilities here. One is to go d takes c3. The other one is b takes c3. That was played on the game. Normally, black tries to open the position up, even though you don't have the bishop pair, then you'll have some pressure on these pawns here.
But it's a very complicated line because after c6, how did the game go? Knight f3. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say that there's this variation, knight f3, knight takes e4. So it's a really complicated
knight f3
line as well. Yeah,
okay.
c6, knight f3.
c6.
Yeah, just like the game as they played, knight f3, knight takes e4. So this is a really interesting line because you give up the e4 pawn, so you play knight f3 on purpose. You give up this pawn on e4, but then you will win back the pawn.
Yeah, so for example, after knight e2, I think d5 is pretty natural, or rook e8 first, or even d6. But I think d5 is pretty natural in this position.
Yeah, knight e2 d5 is the main line.
Yeah.
But instead, knight f3 is interesting. So you give up the c4 pawn, but later you will win back the pawn.
So
That's the idea.
Yeah. So
There are not many games in this position actually with knight f3. Only 2 games I can see. I don't know. There are more just later with the move order.
Okay.
No, actually, there's a Giri Anand game in the very same position.
Okay, in
From last
2015, yeah?
Exactly, and the Vankao Mekedishvili. Only these 2 games I can see.
Okay.
The recent games.
So, only 2 games with this
Yeah.
position, knight takes e4. So,
Yeah.
what was played before instead of knight e4? I mean, most of the games?
Simply knight f3 is not popular. Knight e2 is the main move. So nobody really offers this e4 pawn. Even though it's possible, the main line is knight e2 and not knight f3.
Yeah, knight e2 followed by d5, as we were saying.
But it's interesting, knight f3, and these are of course the recent moves recent games we are talking about. Knight f3, knight takes e4 and castle. This is what they played in Giri Anand last year.
Of course, you don't want to go. You can go knight e5, but after rook e8, for example, after bishop e4 is just a terrible move because after rook e5, then you have to defend this guy, and then d5 is coming.
You're losing a piece also with f5, so you cannot really do that. You should castle first, probably.
Yeah, and my question is, what happens if d6? I think this is the most natural move.
Yeah, that's what happened in Giri Anand, and here knight takes e5 wins back the pawn because the e4 knight is hanging.
Yeah. So
another question is if you can go knight takes c3 just to capture another pawn, but usually this doesn't work if white can also capture another pawn with a tempo.
Yeah, for example, knight f7, yeah? And after knight d1, rook knight d8, the thing is like this knight is trapped. So let's say rook d8 and rook d1, and we see a position with pawn in both flanks, 6 pawns each player, and with the pair of bishop with a lot of open diagonals.
This is a really pleasant position for white.
This is really pleasant for white.
It's a good advantage. Not much, but it's a very pleasant position. So of course you shouldn't do this after knight takes e5. What happened in the previous games? Well, there's the game between Anishgir and Vishianan that went with d takes e5, and another game Vankao Mekedishvili knight c5, knight g5, and I see that Levon played knight c5, and that's a novelty.
So we have another novelty here. The previous game it was not, so this is the first novelty in this round that we find.
Yeah, we can show quickly that how the game between Giri and Anand went. Instead of knight c5, it was d takes e5.
Sorry?
Instead of knight c5, the Giri Anand game went with d takes e5.
Yeah, this is pretty natural. Bishop takes
e4, bishop e6, and this is a position where white has the pair of bishops, but there are some squares that the black knight can use. So you can go for nice knight maneuvers with knight d7, knight c5, and also the pawn structure. White's pawn structure is not that healthy. This pawn on c4 is hanging at the moment. You should do something about it.
Yeah, there are some ideas with f5 and e4 closing the position as well.
Yeah, so that was the Giri Anand game. It ended in actually a victory for white at the Grand Slam last year.
All right.
And today we see knight c5 instead.
So Levon plays knight c5 novelty, and here knight g4 was played. I guess the other normal move is just knight f3, I guess. And you have to wonder what's going on about the knight to d3, because if white black manages to capture the bishop pair, still it's possible to go bishop a3 here, keeping the tension, then something like knight e1, forcing this knight back, or at least to avoid more control over the d3 square. Then you will be able to play d4 or d3, and white will be fine, I guess. So instead he went knight to g4. What's the idea of the knight?
Once again, we have a different image. Like now we have Nakamura, Anish, Giri, and
again.
Yeah, we should remember to change it.
Guys, thanks for letting us all the time.
Yeah, so we can see actually, if you look at the cartoon, that Peter Swidler has won 3 games, drawn 22, and lost 4 against Levon Aronian.
Yeah, I agree with Mike the Pike. He's saying that Giri is smart. He knows when to go for a draw and when to go for a win. I mean,
well, with the black pieces.
With the black pieces versus Nakamura, it's a great result.
Normal.
And he's still solid there, and with exactly 2 points out of 4.
Another important thing in this event is to save energy because it's such a long event, 14 rounds in total. So you need to be fit. You need to keep your energy till the very end. It's not a bad idea to have quick draws if you can. Of course, you are black. A draw is good for you, but the opponent doesn't want to make a draw. You should force him to want to draw.
Could be a problem if some of your opponents start winning some games. So let's say 11 wins today here, 3 out of 4, and then you are extremely solid with 2 out of 4, but then you have to start winning some games at some point. And then
I think he will start winning, but simply with the black pieces pushing too hard, I don't think that you should go crazy to try to win games with black.
Yeah.
First, you should equalize, and then if the opponent makes a mistake, like for instance, Topalov made a mistake with white against Aronian, then of course you can win with black too, but you have to make the opponent make mistakes first. You cannot win a position where there are no mistakes.
That's true. So knight g4, the idea is quite interesting. You want to go to e3 probably, because this knight has to be moved from there at some point, and then you control the d5 square. It's a pretty important square, and also you control the c4 pawn. You defend the c4 pawn. If you want to go d4, this pawn will be extremely weak, and this knight will be a really great job over there. Also, you control the f5 square. Some bishop could end up being there on f5. So, interesting move.
And look at this, what happened in the game. f5.
f5. Sending Fiona.
Yeah, once again, Fiona, knight e3 and f4.
Yeah, this is the critical line, of course. You don't want white to establish a proper center here with d4 or even f4 later. Just controlling most of the center. So
actually, with if we let white play f4, when our pawn is still on f5, that means that our bishop, the c8 bishop, will suffer a lot. It doesn't have a diagonal if we leave this pawn on f5.
f4, and then he went for d4 here. I think it's pretty interesting. Just to mention that g takes f4 is just terrible. You can go knight d3. Sorry, not this arrow. Knight d3, and then you want to capture here with your knight. That is extremely dangerous.
So
all the pieces coming for the attack. Queen g5, bishop h3.
I would love this. Although this is still unclear, like what happens if white doesn't give the pawn back that easily, if he goes, I don't know, f5 to make you give up the bishop for it. But still, this is something unclear. And would you capture on c1?
The problem is actually
you cannot keep the knight there.
I mean, I would love to keep the knight, but there are some tricks later with bishop e4. I'm not sure if it works.
Probably it works.
Not sure, because there's some intermediate check on g5, but there's also this queen c2, very nice move.
No, that's really unpleasant, because bishop e4, rook g5 check was still possible, but queen c2, and now we are losing this knight.
Yeah, you cannot move and at the same time defending your rook that will be attacked when you move this knight.
That's why, even though we usually don't want to capture a piece that's not developed, so the c1 bishop is undeveloped. That's why I was surprised, why do we capture it? But if it's forced in order to capture the pawn, so after f5, he would have to go knight takes c1 as Papa showed, and then bishop f5, and what's this position?
Yeah, it's pretty unclear. I have no clue. You can take here, and then this position should be more or less equal, I guess. You have a weaker king than black king, but
you have a bishop against the knight.
Yeah, you have bishop versus knight, and then some rook b1 can come, and then to put some pressure on the b7, rook e1. Yeah, so a little bit better for white, I would say.
But this is not what happened in the game. After f4,
Swidler
went for d4 counterattack. So the knight is hanging, but now the c5 knight is hanging too. What's going on here? F takes, d takes.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take. Otherwise, if you just go, you have now this square for your knight. All right.
Oh, and that's funny.
Yeah, now because before, of course,
if you go knight c2 here, then knight d3 is annoying. I mean, that's a hole in white's pawn structure, and to have a knight there on d3, if we can keep it there, it's so annoying.
It's not a good business, yeah. So first you go d4. And if knight goes back, then you play knight c2, and there is not an annoying knight on d3. So let's say if f takes e3, d takes c5, and we reach this position. Now you have to take on f2, of course. Rook takes, king takes.
This is all forced?
This is all forced, I guess, after you take on e3.
So that's why the pieces disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, if you take on c5, this looks terrible. You can just take on e3,
now,
you see this.
Of course, you should capture on f2 first with a check. So e takes, rook takes, king takes, and here you cannot capture on c5 because the queen is hanging on d8.
Yeah.
That's why queen f6 or queen f8 has to be played.
Yeah, so he went for queen f8. Queen f6 is also possible. I mean, both are quite similar, I guess. So, for example, queen f3 is the idea. After queen f8, the same. So, basically, you are gonna exchange queens.
I guess the difference is that when you have the queen on f8, without the exchange of queens, imagine that white doesn't want to exchange queens. Imagine queen f8 and king g1, like instead of queen f3. Then at least, well, the queen from f8 will be protecting the c5 pawn. So the difference between having the queen now on f6 or on f8 is that, well, it has certain advantages and disadvantages. But now d takes c5, this pawn is protected, so if bishop e3 we don't have to worry about the pawn, but we can develop our pieces.
Yeah. I find this... Well, let's continue to the end of the variation. So queen f3, he took on f3, and then after bishop takes, d takes e5. So black is a pawn up, but you see the strength of these two bishops. So he went for bishop f4 in this position. Yeah, suddenly this rook is coming to d1 or to e1. There are many plans with a4 as well, trying to, I mean, this pawn has to be defended at some point. b6 would be terrible because now you cannot move basically anything.
Yeah, you cannot move your pieces.
You cannot move your knight, so...
This is such a funny pawn structure. Look at the pawns on the c file. They are doubled pawns for both colors. So c3, c4, c5, c6. How many times do you see this pawn structure?
Yeah, not so many. And it's funny because black didn't develop anything, and then you had these two little monsters already creating some threats. Of course, if let's say you play something like knight to d7. This is something that could be played. This is really natural. Or bishop e6. Let's say bishop e6, for example. Now you can even try to go rook b1. And then if you force b6, this is really bad for black.
Because black cannot move the knight without losing the pawn on c6.
Yeah, and for example, rook d1 should be really annoying now. For example, knight d7 now runs into bishop takes c6, and then this knight is hanging as well. So yeah, you have to be really careful in here in this position. So you don't want to go b6, then you shouldn't develop this guy here to e6. So maybe knight d7 is the most solid move, I would say. And then you can also go knight f6 in case of white wants to go rook e8
so
or something
if,
like that.
For instance, rook e1, at least knight f6 protects the back rank. But I like white here. It's a pawn down, but such active pieces, so black has to be very careful.
Yeah, and how do you continue with black? It's a problem, right? I mean, how do you develop your king side? You can never play b6. It's tricky to develop this guy because now you have to remove first your knight. So let's say rook e1, for example. If knight f6, you have to consider rook e7. The king cannot come here so easily because there is bishop d6 and then followed by rook e7. So...
Yeah, they have to be very careful on the dark squares because white has this bishop, the pair of bishops actually, and the light squares we only have this c8 bishop. We still need to prepare. We still need to prepare the development of those pieces. The knight has to go away so then the bishop can develop and the rook. But the queenside pawns will be hanging, so this is not easy to play with black at all.
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable, and we'll see how Levon does in this position.
This is a very good chance for Peter Swidler.
Yeah. Peter could, showing really great preparation in this tournament, right? So, after having analyzed this a little bit, what do you think if we go to the game of the Tiger of Madras to Bishi the King
Let's
game?
see, Karjakin Anand.
Alright, so let's start again. He played this e3. Of course, this is not the most common line, but...
It's possible to play.
Yeah. And people are saying here...
It's not the most critical, of course, in opening theory, but he just wanted to have a playable position with white.
Yeah, and some users saying that Swidler agreed a draw. I don't think so. Swidler agreed a draw there. We need to wait for confirmation.
Position, I don't think that it's a draw.
Yeah. So, after e3, b3 was played in red style, bishop e7, bishop b2, castles. I like here g3. I like this kind of move here. I played it so many times here. The idea is just to go bishop g2, castles, and then knight c3. But of course, knight c3 first is also very natural. And c5. Now it's time to take on d5 or to play d4. Otherwise, there's some interesting idea with d4 from black. So he took on d5, and then you have to decide if you want to go for isolating pawn structure, like after e takes d5, rook c1 or d4 are natural moves here.
We have seen quite many isolated pawn structures in this
true.
tournament.
Yeah, that's true. Following, probably most of them watch your shows, right?
I hope so.
So knight takes d5, and queen c2 was played here. Okay, queen c2, of course, I mean, you prepare your development for, or you can try to think on some ideas, attacking ideas on the king side, some bishop d3 at some point, of course not now because knight b4 is coming. So knight c6 was played, and h4, wow!
Yeah, I see a tweet about this. David Franklin is saying that Karjakin has now played h4, and in other games he played h5. So 3 games in a row he has moved the h-pawn. This is Mr. Solid, he's asking, and he is right. Like, we are saying how solid is Karjakin, and then he just pushes his h-pawn all the time.
Yeah,
something has changed in his style.
Yeah, and it's nice to see
he's so brave now.
Solid players playing in this style. I mean, the idea is extremely interesting. You want to go knight to g5 and then just creating some threats on the king side.
According to my database, this is a novelty. At least among the recent games, there's no h4.
So a3 was played right before.
Yeah, in 2 games.
a3 was played.
Between
Igor Lissich.
Both Russian grandmasters Lissy and Ryazantsev went for a3.
Yeah, it's really natural. You control the b4 square. You prepare for bishop d3. Attacking on h7, and the question is, if you go h4, it means that probably you don't want to castle short. I mean,
no, you want to mate. You want to play knight g5, open the h file, and give mate on h7.
Yeah, and Vichy, he went for b6 here. Okay, he has to continue development, but I'm wondering what's going on after knight to g5 here.
So tempting. Yeah.
It's really tempting. I mean, of course, you can never take on.
No, that's really bad to open the h5 for a rook on h1. That means that you have this rook on h1. You haven't moved the rook, but it's such an active piece already just because of the capture on g5.
Yeah, something like knight to g5 is interesting. I mean, in the game, Vichy played a3. Maybe this could lead to some transposition later.
Let's see if it transposes.
b6, a3. Yeah, knight g5, maybe just f5, following the style of the game. So after a5, yeah, this should be the move here. So he went for a3, and Vichy went for f5 directly.
It doesn't transpose. It's similar to Ryazantsev's game against Latva, but that game went a3, b6, and knight takes d5. So if white doesn't capture on d5, then we are not transposing into any of those games.
And the question is, can you go now and play in let's say, for example, knight takes d5.
You want to play for the e5 square?
Yeah, I want to play d4 now, like most strategical play, changing from these crazy ideas on the king side, just
to have an isolated pawn on d5. So after c takes, you want to take knight takes, and you say that this pawn structure is weak. The d5 pawn would be an isolated pawn, and also pushing f5 and weakening that diagonal, the a2 g8 diagonal, must be something that you should be careful about.
Yeah, that's true. And the question is, can black takes
with the queen on d5?
With the queen on d5.
But then bishop c4 is a tempo.
Yeah.
Who knows if it's that big deal?
Yeah, bishop c4 is natural move. You have to go back, let's say queen d8, and then you just continue development, or even h5 and h6. You see the power of this guy here on b2, right?
Yeah, maybe if h5, then trying black should go bishop f6 to exchange that monster on the long diagonal.
So bishop f6 is coming, and then so black should be more or less fine.
But this is really interesting, and we are happy to see such fighting chess in all the games. h4.
h4 by Karjakin. Yeah, I mean, one of the drawbacks of playing f5 is, of course, you weaken the e5 square, as you all guys know, and then bishop b5 is a really natural move, developing move, and you wanna maybe gain some more control on the e5 square later. And the question is, what to play now with black? I guess bishop b7 is the most natural move, of course. And what should you do now here? I mean, do you wanna castle long side or castle short side. It's not possible because h4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, the only choice is then the queen side.
So, but this looks a little bit risky as well. I mean, some a6 and then followed by
It does,
b5.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that a6 is a tempo. So whenever you castle opposite flanks, you have to be really quick. And here a6 is a tempo, attacking the bishop, and then b5, b4 will be once again a tempo.
Yeah. So you never know, actually. My
I
question
think
is,
he doesn't want to castle.
yeah, but if you don't castle, what are you doing next?
I don't know.
I mean, h5 maybe. This is interesting.
He pushed the h pawn, so he doesn't really want to castle.
Yeah, h5 maybe, or what else? I mean, you can try to go rook d1 and d4 as well, and then you just have in mind going for sure castle later.
This is gonna be really interesting. So there's no obvious move here for white because you can't really castle.
I still like this idea with knight d5.
So if queen takes,
If queen takes, yeah, you can go bishop c4, but if you wanna do so, you do it before, right?
exactly,
I mean,
when you develop the bishop,
Yeah,
because you can play knight d5 here and
Yeah.
then bishop c4.
and then bishop c4. The idea is after e takes d5, I think this isolated pawn structure could be good for white. But still not so sure about this h4 move, because I would love to have this pawn on h2 and then play just bishop d3 and then just short castles.
But he went for it on purpose, so he must have his idea.
The attack doesn't look so promising now here on the king side. But of course you have this nice bishop that in the future can create some troubles.
So that what's the current position of the game? Bishop b5, bishop b7.
Bishop b7, and now Bishi the king is thinking here in this position. It's a tricky.
No,
It's a tricky moment.
Karjakin's turn here. Bishop b5, bishop
Karjakin,
b7.
yeah. So bishop b7 played by Bishi, and Karjakin now has to think, okay, I want to go long castle, I want to go short castle at some point, I want to change this knight on d5, or I want to go rook d1 and play d4.
Maybe I preferred knight takes d5 before, as you said. So instead of bishop b5, it was interesting to capture immediately, and bishop c4 then that is a tempo.
Yeah, and this position, these two bishops look a little bit better than black bishops, but
Yeah, bishop f6 next move.
But
that's
bishop
the
f6
problem.
is coming. And if black manages to exchange this guy here, should be doing more or less fine.
Yeah, even though the c8 bishop is still passive, but okay, after bishop b7, if the queen is already on f6 protecting the e6 pawn, then it should be okay.
Yeah, this looks fine for black, yeah?
But maybe after bishop b5, bishop b7, if white has nothing direct, then it can even be better for black.
I have no clue.
I mean, imagine you cannot castle, as you said. We cannot go castle king side because the h4 pawn is hanging,
Yeah.
and castle queen side is too dangerous.
This looks, yeah.
So if you have to keep the king in the center, and there's no big attack with h5, h6, then it means that even black can be better here. Because black's position is just so healthy.
At least I find it a little bit easier to play with black here. I mean, I will continue something like queen to d6 or
and the
a6.
rook on d8 maybe.
Yeah, rook on d8, a6, b5, just kicking this bishop back, and then should be more or less fine for black, I guess. So I like Bishi's position. Let's see how the games continue.
I think there are new moves in Peter Swidler's game against Levon Aronian.
Levon Aronian. Here in this game?
Yeah, because we saw it
Okay.
before at knight d7, bishop f4, knight d7, bishop d6 was played by Peter Swidler.
Okay.
Logical because you don't allow the knight move away from d7, so
Yeah.
the pawn would be hanging.
I really like this rook e1 move here. I have no idea if it works or not, but I just want to go rook e7 and get more active. So rook e7 and follow. If the knight moves to b6, I can go later bishop e5.
So after bishop d6,
Yeah, after bishop d6.
it looks like you cannot move away with the knight, but actually knight b6 is possible, and that's what Aronian played. You exchange the c5 pawn for the c4 pawn.
And he went for rook e1. Bishop d7 was played. Of course, now taking on c4 doesn't look really good because of rook e8.
You shouldn't allow the spin on the back rank, because now imagine, like, even without any moves for white, like if not, okay, we are threatening bishop g4 winning the bishop on c8, but
Yeah.
even without that threat, you cannot move the bishop away, you cannot go bishop d7 ever, you have to prepare it with some b6, bishop d7, but
Yeah,
the
it's
c6
just-
pawn is hanging, so this position would be lost, because you are very likely to lose a piece. So that's why after rook e1 it's important to avoid it with bishop d7. You cannot allow rook e8.
Yeah. So he went bishop d7, just avoiding this rook e8 check.
And now bishop takes c5. And
I'm wondering what's happening if I
knight
just take.
c4.
And then my question is,
Rook
can I go
e7.
rook e7 here?
Because well, first of all, we cannot move the bishop because the pawn on b7 is hanging. If you play rook d8, what happens after bishop
I guess
a7?
I can just take here this guy. Okay, I guess I can just take here this guy, and yeah, a little bit better for white. The question is that maybe there are some tricks here. Now I wanna go, if rook takes d7, boom! not there, but here, yeah? And knight e5 and then taking on d7.
That's a nice trick.
So maybe rook f8, just activating your rook a little bit.
And it's also a bit difficult move. I mean, not on their level, but on our level, because first of all, the bishop is hanging on d7. Secondly, you put the rook on a diagonal where this bishop on c5 could attack it if we move away the rook.
Yeah, and you have to see it from here. You have to see that trick from there, because if you enter this line, if you play rook d8, yeah, this could be a little bit unpleasant, and you have to play passively here, and then this pawn will be regained probably.
Yeah, although what happens after bishop a7
and bishop d4, right? What's going on here?
Maybe that's better, because I was wondering after bishop a7 maybe b6, or that's not possible to try to trap the bishop on a7.
So,
I mean, if we capture the pawn instead of bishop d4, I was wondering if black can go b6.
yeah.
But maybe it's not. I mean, you are not threatening rook a8 because the bishop on d7 is hanging, so that's good. But
yeah, but that could be a little bit annoying, yeah. And then king f8, and then you plan to go king f8 and rook a8, something like this.
yeah,
Could be.
although you always have bishop b8, and I mean, if I can go.
No, I mean, if I just go king f8, then you have to go back and then rook a8.
Yeah, you don't allow me to do
Yeah,
that.
you cannot go bishop b8.
I wanted to do that trick.
Yeah.
Bishop b8, you capture, I capture
Tricky
on d7.
girl, yeah. But the thing is, you can go just bishop d4 here.
Yeah, that's better. It seems to be better. Let's not be greedy. Let's attack the other pawn. The g7 pawn is more important here.
Yeah, so...
So you after bishop d4, you would need to go g6, or is there any other move?
Sorry, here, you mean here, but this is just terrible. g6, just
bad.
rook g7 and rook takes a7. This
No,
is
it
just
looks horrible.
much
You
better
cannot
for
go
white.
king h8 because of rook takes d7.
So maybe the key is here just to go rook f8. And the idea is not just to prepare some
Counter-attack,
tricks,
yeah.
but rook f7 is coming. If bishop d4, rook f7 is coming, and then you save the day.
And also you threaten bishop g4 in other positions. So yeah, rook f8 seems to be the most precise.
Alright, so...
After... Yeah, what's the current position here?
The current position is
Bishop
after
takes c5.
bishop takes c5.
So let's see if Aronian goes for it. Knight c4, rook e7, rook f8.
I mean, another natural move is just rook e8, yeah? Rook e8 is really natural move. And you have to think, of course this gives you nothing. you can be even worse. But yeah, rook b1 here, maybe it's good enough. Because now you are threatening to take just this pawn, to be a pawn up in this endgame. And you cannot move the knight. And knight takes e4 runs into rook b7, and white is extremely active here in this position.
As far as I can see, Karjakin has moved against Vichy Anand, knight takes d5. This is a move that we were talking about, but we thought that if you want to capture on d5, why not do it a few moves before instead of bishop b5?
Okay, maybe now his idea is not to go bishop c4 in this position.
Because that would lose a tempo.
Yeah, but still, this bishop will end up on c4. I mean, yeah, maybe it's more precise to go directly knight takes d5.
Perhaps now he regrets not capturing before, and bishop c4 wins the tempo.
Yeah. No, this is
it's
not
a big deal, of course, but these inaccuracies can mean half a point at the end of the game.
Yeah, and people are asking, this is a blunder from Anand? No, it's not a blunder, of course. It's nothing special, nothing.
Blunder? Why would it be a blunder?
Yeah, I mean, that's why people are asking, is this a blunder from Vichy? So it's not a blunder.
It's just a slightly better version of the game, capturing here on d5.
Yeah.
With the idea of developing the bishop with a tempo,
Alright.
bishop c4.
No, maybe I can see the point now. Maybe he wants to force bishop b7, so now the bishop doesn't defend on e6. Yeah, this is interesting. And now after knight takes, queen takes, basically now you cannot go to d8, for example. You had to go to d7. And then, yeah, this looks, this pawn on e6 Looks dangerous at least. I mean,
And
not
if queen d6, there was something wrong with queen d6?
queen d6. There's nothing wrong with queen d6. So yeah, queen d6 or queen d7, both natural moves. Yeah, now you wanna go something like knight to g5, and maybe you are forcing to exchange here, and this could.
That's the point actually. Then yeah, you are right that Karjakin had it planned somewhat better than us, because we were expecting that, okay, why not develop the bishop with a tempo, but bishop b5, as Pepe said, forced the black bishop go bishop b7, and now when he captures on d5 and plays bishop c4, this pawn on e6 will be vulnerable.
Yeah, it's weaker than if the bishop is on c8, right?
I think we should change once again the cartoons.
Yeah.
I will have to remind you all the time.
I'll just remove them.
Or yeah, maybe it's easier.
So
Exactly, so very interesting idea by Sergei Karjakin. We were a bit worried because white seemed like he cannot castle, then nothing concrete, but now the e6 pawn can be a target. So is it forced to capture on g5 after knight g5? It looks like.
So you mean
Yeah, queen d6 takes bishop c4, let's say queen
d6, let's say
d6,
queen d6, yeah, and
knight
now
g5.
knight g5. Of course, you
have to
could
take it,
you
or
could think
knight
on
d8.
knight d8 or something like this. Maybe you want to go bishop d5 here and some positions. Yeah, this looks fine as well for
Yeah,
black.
You
I
should
think
see if bishop takes g2 is too brave, or it's also
I
possible.
think that's too brave. Yeah, that's too greedy. Don't take the poison
we
pawns.
will
Yeah?
see. Maybe bishop g2 and then bishop d5, and I'm trying to hold on there with the pawn up.
Yeah, I think this is fine for black. I mean, I don't see any direct threat against the black king, so you can always go bishop f6 in case of need, and then bishop d5 is coming, so you are able to put some, forces versus these little monsters, always with bishop d5 and then with bishop f6. So I think bishop is fine here in this position. There are some ideas going with queen to d1 and queen h5, since there is not knight coming to f6. Yeah, this could be interesting. Yeah, I like this idea with queen to d1. Then I want to go queen to h5 here. What happening after bishop d5, queen h5, boom.
I think we are analyzing a position that's really good for white, but it did not happen on the board. So let's see the moves of the game.
Yeah, so actually...
He went for d4, because...
No, but he went for
Vichy,
e takes.
Yeah, Vichy captured on d5 with a pawn. He was afraid of bishop c4, knight g5. So
Yeah.
Karjakin had a point.
So now d4, played by Sergei Karjakin.
Very logical, because now you want to play against this d5 pawn. It's going to be a weakness on d5. It's either an isolated pawn on d5 after c takes d4, or we can end up with hanging pawns after d takes c5.
Yeah, so let's say, yeah, this should be, no, this actually just blundering a piece. Okay, you have rook c8, but this kind of position, even something like knight takes d4, no, I think just a piece up, so you cannot take on d4 even. But let's say something like rook c8 is natural to me, and then after d takes c5, after Anna says b takes c5.
It is a bad hanging pawn structure, I think, because even you have f5 pushed, and
Yeah, but I'm wondering all the time about this king here. I mean, I don't know where to place it. I don't know if, I mean, long castle is just too risky and short castle is still not possible because h4 pawn is hanging. So it's pretty double-edged position.
yeah, if we just look at the pawn structure, then we don't really like black's pawn structure here because of this f5 push. Is just too open. But on the other hand, as Pepe mentioned, the white king doesn't really have a safe place. So that's what complicates matters, and that's why this position is unclear.
Yeah, it's really unclear. And we still didn't take a look on Fabiano's game.
Because today that's the slowest game. That's where
Yeah.
action hasn't started yet. So let's see the opening in Fabiano's
Okay.
game against Veselin Topalov. Veselin Topalov should definitely try to hold the position today and not lose.
Yeah.
Because after having lost 2 games, now he is the player that everybody wants to beat. And that's such a bad feeling when you know that everyone is going for you. They think that you are the weak link.
Yeah.
And you are out of shape. And you need to defend. You need to hold on.
Yeah. It's really difficult situation for Topalov. He needs a win if he wants to do something in this candidates tournament. And today it's not easy versus Fabiano with black.
Not at all.
Let's see the opening. So we have the Italian opening. Bishop c4, bishop c5.
Italian play by the Italian American.
Yeah, and here d3. So you guys know that c3 is one of the main lines as well. Knight f6, d4 or d3 here, the Gioco piano, d4. This is supposed to be completely okay for black. Bishop b4 here, many moves, knight c3 or bishop d2 here. This is another story. He went for d3 castles and knight f6, d3 and d6. All right, c3, this is normal move. Some lines you need to come to c2 with your bishop, and then knight bd2, then you control the d4 square. h6 is played, and yeah, really interesting ideas here. After h3 there are some crazy ideas with g5. Not sure if here, but let's say for example a6, bishop b3, bishop a7, knight bd2, g5. This has been played sometimes. You have to be careful about this h3 move when you have played h6, because black can think on ideas of going g5.
And you think that Topalov would have gone for it?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, you need a lot of moves to make this happen. So h3, a4. Guys, there is a really direct threat now. Don't
blunder b4.
Don't blunder
a5.
b4, yeah? So after, let's say, something like castle b4, for those who are starting to play, bishop b6, a5. Yeah, this just loses a
So after
piece.
a4, you need to make some room for the bishop, either by playing a6 or a5. a5 seems to be logical because you prevent b4. At the same time, the b5 square is now weaker, so every move has its pros and cons.
Yeah. So rook e1, castles, and knight a3.
Heading to b5 probably, because, or to c2.
Yeah, to c2 is, I think, is more natural. Then you want to go d4 in proper conditions, or even knight e3 in some lines. Okay, so rook e8, knight c2.
And with the knight on c2, after you can go bishop e3 to exchange this bishop on c5.
Bishop a7 and bishop e3. This
that's
is the
what they
best
played.
piece for black, yeah, of course. Putting some pressure on the f2 pawn. After bishop e3, bishop e6.
They're doing the same, they're exchanging those bishops, so we will end up with a position with no bishops, just knights on the board and rooks and the queen.
And he went for bishop b5. I think if you just take here on e6, you can, normally you take with the rook, and then you aim to play d5 really quick. And this will be supposed to be completely okay for black, I guess. So bishop b5. Now you have some ideas with d4, and then there's this annoying ping here. So bishop d7 takes, bishop c4 again. And if I remember well, I have seen this kind of game before. So maybe we should take a look if it was
database.
played before in our database, yeah?
I'm going for it.
All right,
Just
so
give me a moment.
yeah, so knight c8 was played. Of course, this knight normally comes to the g6 square in all these kind of Italian openings. So he wants to go knight e7 and knight g6. Knight e3 was played. Knight to b6. Yeah, bishop b3. Of course, bishop a2 is not possible because the a4 pawn is hanging, right? So bishop e3 has to be played. And now c6. Gaining control of the d5 square. Maybe planning to go d5 itself. And after h3, bishop e6 was played. So this is pretty slow play, but many interesting strategical ideas. So now there are two possibilities. You have to decide if you want to exchange this guy here or if you want to hide it playing bishop c2.
Pepe, you are completely right. This was played, bishop b5 was played by Magnus Carlsen against Adams this year.
This year, yeah.
In Vaikanze.
In Tata Steel tournament, yeah? And you were there, actually.
Yeah, I was there, but I don't remember all the games because I was playing myself, so I couldn't just walk around and enjoy the others' games, the top games, because I had to be worried about my own game as well.
Yeah.
But it's a very nice event. I recommend it to everybody to play once, at least in Vaikanze. It's such an experience.
All
So
right.
bishop b5, bishop d7, played by the world champion himself. This idea, bishop b5.
Okay, so and after
Bishop takes, knight takes. They are following the game, Carlsen, Adams.
bishop c4, bishop c4, knight c8 here.
Okay, so Topalov changed. Bishop c4, bishop e6 was the game, and there Carlsen took on e6, rook takes, and knight e3.
So this was the game.
Bishop e6, bishop takes, rook takes, knight e3. This is Carlsen Adams from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament this year. And instead, Topalov went for bishop c4, knight c8.
Knight c8.
A new move.
Yeah, knight d3 was played here, knight b6, bishop b3, c6, h3, bishop e6, and bishop c2. No, bishop c2 hasn't been played yet.
But this is what you expect.
Yeah, I expect bishop c2 or bishop takes e6, rook takes, and something like knight f5. Yeah, and you never know, this attack doesn't look so promising, but
that could be similar to Carlsen's game actually, because if they exchange the bishops and later on Magnus Carlsen went for this maneuver, of course, knight e3, knight f5.
Yeah.
And pushing d4 afterwards. So this can be the position, a similar position to that game, Carlsen Adams.
All right, so I think we have taken a look over all the games. So what do you think if we make our first break, 5 minutes break
We
or
will
10
go
minutes?
on a short break. We will be very quick. And after that, we will be back with all these 3 games, which I think they are promising to be very exciting today as well. Even the draw between Nakamura and Giri was really exciting. I mean, for us who didn't know the preparation, the analysis, and we did not know that it would end with a perpetual repetition of moves, it still was really exciting to follow. And there are 3 more games which promise a lot of fight today. So stay here with us because there's a lot to learn from these top players.
Yeah, see you in 5 minutes, guys.
See you! Hi guys, after having consumed several chocolate bars, we are back with the candidate broadcast. And we should say something that we forgot at the very beginning. Happy birthday to Vasilin Topalov. He has just turned 41 today.
41, okay.
41.
Yeah, happy birthday. Let's see if he can win his game to celebrate it.
That would be a good celebration, especially with black against Caruana. Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah,
But as Rohit tweeted, a nice quote by Bobby Fischer, the turning point in my career came with the realization that black should play to win instead of just steering for equality. That's a quote by Bobby Fischer. And we have here the nice picture of Vasilin Topalov turning 41 today. He won the Norway Chess Super Tournament last year. Can he do it this year? Let's see. And let's see if he can perform better. In the candidates tournament, he's on -2 and he's clearly now the person everybody would like to beat. Unfortunately for him.
Yeah, in a really difficult situation after 2 losses. So yeah, we'll see. Today, I mean, at least he has an equal position against Fabiano Caruana. Really symmetrical position after some Italian opening. Yeah, and black looks completely fine here. So Fabiano decided to go for d4, bishop c2, queen c7, and d4 in this position. This allows some... yeah, now of course this knight on e3 is much better than the knight on b6, so knight c4 is a reasonable move, trying to eliminate some pieces from the board, and queen to d2. So we reach this position after a couple of moves, and I think it's completely equal. So let's see how Fabiano tries to create something, because I'm sure he will try. Everybody wants to beat Topalov, even in his birthday. So.
For him, he's a former world champion, very strong player. He is just not having his best tournament of his life, but he can bounce back, I believe.
Yeah, and Leo 5 is saying that b6 is played. So yeah, I don't find any reasonable idea to improve my position. Something, I mean, some natural thing would go rook d2 and rook ed1. This kind of capturing e5
doesn't really favor white, especially now if you compare the bishops. The c2 bishop is worse than the e6 bishop, so because of the pawn structure we have a pawn on e4 that's blocking our diagonal of the bishop, so that's not really something that we want to do. Yeah,
and some endgame this a4 pawn could be really weak, for example.
That's another problem in the pawn structure. So 2 pawns on light squares, e4 pawn and a4 pawn. These are such tiny details that can change the whole course of the game. On this level, unfortunately or fortunately, but this is what matters. Tiny little details.
Yeah, that's true. Tiny details can decide everything in chess. So maybe we should move to another game. Karjakin versus Vichy Anand. We were saying that d4 was played, rook c8, and now d takes c5, as Anita was suggesting. This opens the diagonal, and then you have here some targets. Castles were played because, of course, now bishop h4 runs into knight h4, queen h4, and queen c5. And you can see here now the white structure is much better, and the position is open, and you have 2 little monsters.
This weak pawn on d5, pair of bishops, as Pepe said, and also the push f5. Now you wish that the pawn was on f7 still.
And that's why bishop h4 cannot be played. I would like to play in the future g3 with white here, because this will give black many chances in the diagonal. But it looks like this c-form is weak enough, so we don't need to play g3. So Vichy played bishop f6, and the first question that comes to my mind is, can I take the c5 pawn? Well, after
bishop takes, and
queen
then
takes,
you want to grab the pawn with queen takes.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can play knight to e5. The idea is, after you remove your queen here, actually...
will destroy my pawn structure and then win the h4 pawn.
And I see some perpetual check, so let's say queen a7, knight a3, queen takes, and then, for example, queen g6. After king h2, for example, queen h5. And then if you take here, this queen h4, king to g1, and you cannot play rook f6.
Unfortunately, we would love to bring the rook.
Yeah, because there's queen c8, and after king f7, just checkmate.
So let's just make a draw then.
Yeah, you can make a draw here, giving perpetual g5, and go home. Yeah?
How forced is this? Like, instead of queen takes a7, can I try to bring back the queen by playing queen d4 so that I don't lose the h4 pawn?
Yeah, that's an idea, and then you just defend the h4 pawn. Sorry, this is here.
I think this is a position, queen d4. Can I go?
You can go queen to d4, yeah. And what's the idea now? I guess you can take here. I cannot move the pieces, guys. I guess the idea is just to take on f3, g takes f3, queen takes d4, and then rook c2 and rook c3.
So that would be a position where white is a pawn up, but the pawn structure is horrible after knight takes f3, g takes, queen d4, e takes. So many pawn islands, doubled pawns on f2, f3.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope that we can put it on the board soon.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna go to a short break of just 30 seconds just to fix this technical trouble. So just guys, we'll be back in 30 seconds.
So we are back right now with this game between Karjakin and Anand.
Yeah.
And the current position we were discussing before that this exchange happened, and if white can win a pawn, that's what we were talking about before.
We were saying after bishop takes f6, queen takes, queen c1, we were discussing knight e5, aiming to take on f3 and then on h4.
And the question was if white can go queen d4 in order to protect that h4 pawn.
Yeah, but after knight takes, and then I guess several ways. Queen g6 or even queen to d4, that cannot be that bad. And then rook c3 or rook c2.
This is a position where white is a pawn up, but look at white's pawn structure. So many pawn islands and all those pawns are hanging, so
Yeah.
it's not a bad position for black.
Yeah, that's completely true. And queen b4 is the other move. Queen b4 that doesn't allow the exchange of queens. You can just take, I guess, and then there are some d4 breaks
Ooh,
that can
I like
be...
that. Let's
Yeah.
play d4. I
Yeah.
like it. You open the diagonal for the bishop, but maybe it's not
Not-
working
not-
because of
not
bishop
here.
c4.
Not
Let's
he-
not blunder our bishop.
Yeah,
It was just tempting, but it's not working.
yeah, but you can send Fiona then.
Fiona is always
You
the
can send
key
Fiona.
piece.
And then there are some ideas, crazy ideas like rook f5, rook
Wow,
h5 and
getting
checkmate.
dangerous for white. But this is, luckily for Sergei Karjakin, this is not the position because he did not go for this
Yeah,
pawn. He thought that it's just too much, and he is right that he shouldn't grab the pawn on c5.
yeah. So he played in a really natural way, rook ft1 and then rook ac1, I guess, and then just putting some pressure on these two guys here. And after knight e7, natural move, you defend these pawns with a lot of pieces now. This rook defends here, the knight and bishop and queen defend on d5. So bishop takes f6, rook takes, and g3 was played. And here is the immediate question, can we play d4 here, opening the diagonal? I guess there are some checks related with some jumps to g5. So let's say d4, maybe bishop c4, king h8, maybe knight to g5 at some point. This could be interesting. Also queen to e2, aiming to take on d4. Yeah, so, but this is pretty double-edged. You see here now the power of this guy. Not so clear. Very unclear position. So after bishop takes, g3 was played, and now Bishi thinking. Several ways to play now. For example, queen to d6, or even d4, as we were saying. What else? Let's say queen to d6. Maybe rook ac1 is pretty normal, right? And maybe at some point you want to go queen to d2 and b4, trying to create this isolated pawn structure. But of course, this has always to be analyzed, right? This d4.
Exactly. If you can open the diagonal for a bishop with this knight hanging on f3, that's gonna be really dangerous for white. So you push the h4 because you are very brave, but after castling kingside, your king can be vulnerable, really vulnerable in many variations. So white has to be careful here.
Yeah.
That's good news for Vicious fans.
Yeah, a lot of Vicious fans in our Chess24 chat, as
I
usual.
also see a comment that I would like to respond to because I don't like to be called a cheater, guys. So those comments, Steve G7, Anna Rudolf is a cheater. I read somewhere lots of accusations. Yeah, if you believe that I can have Ripka in my lip balm, then go and tell me that I'm a cheater. That was the best.
That's what people were saying, really.
That was
You were
three
accused?
men accused me of cheating because I had the best tournament of my life in 2007 by beating Grandmaster Bauer, and then I kept on beating 2,500 players. It was the best moment of my chess career, and people just couldn't believe that I was playing so
You know,
well.
and the jeans were so shit at that time, you know that.
I don't even know, but they told me that I had Ripka in my lipstick, and that the lipstick was connected to a wireless internet connection that was hidden in my bag.
Oh man.
And even in the last round, the arbiter checked my lipstick, what was inside my lipstick. Like,
Really?
how can the world be so crazy? So yeah, call me a cheater if you think that I have Ripka in my lipstick.
Don't do that. Don't call Anita a cheater. He's a strong player and of course not a cheater. So guys, don't do that. Otherwise,
I go angry if I see comments like that, so you better behave there in the chat.
you better don't mess up with Anita. I tell you. Yeah.
There was another question to you. It was, Jose, why not f4 instead of queen d4? Which position?
I mean, why not f4?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand in which position f4 instead of queen d4? No,
Queen to d4?
Which line?
We were
In the
like-
bishop f6, queen c5.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Instead of capturing the queen on d4? You mean
So I guess-
that line maybe?
Here takes 95, queen to d4, knight takes f3, and I guess here he means f4 here. Okay, well, yeah, this is possible as well. I mean, queen to g6, or I think this is pretty easy. And then rook c3, you just get the pawn back, and then white has a really ruined structure here. Too many islands. I mean, it's around equal.
Yeah, so the question was f4 instead of capturing. Anyway, the position for black is good, so there are many different ways to equalize in that position or even get advantage for black. That's why Karjakin didn't grab the pawn on c5.
Yeah, and the position is after g3. Bishi is thinking in this position. We were saying that queen d6 is normal move. Maybe d4. This is the critical test in any of these positions, because of course at some point, if you don't create anything concrete, you will end up losing this guy here on d4, but at the same time you open a nice diagonal for the bishop on b7, right? Okay.
I'd like to see if there are any more questions about this game, any more comments on Vish's position. What do you guys think? Will he win it with black, or will Karjakin just be solid? Or if white has any winning chances here, what do you think this game will turn out to be?
Yeah. So let's move to another game. We have Peter Swidler already with a pawn up. With a pawn up in an endgame. So he played rook b1, and of course now black cannot avoid losing a pawn. You cannot remove your knight, you cannot take on c4. Even though you are not losing a pawn immediately, black takes on b7, and this rook is too active. It's threatening to take on a7, on d7. Too many weaknesses. So you cannot take on c4 actually, and then you have to wait just to lose a pawn on b6. He played bishop b6, takes, rook takes. Now you cannot take on c4 again, because rook b7 followed by bishop takes c6 with this passed pawn on c would be really dangerous for black. So after takes, he went for bishop c8 here. And the question is, can we create something in this position? Can we put some pressure to Levon's Aronian position? Even though we are a pawn up,
it's not such a pleasant pawn up. It's double pawns on the c file.
Okay, let's try to create to think about plans like we did the other day. So tell me, Anita. I think one plan is a4, a5, a6.
I wanted to say the same, and by pushing our pawn to c5, we can fix this pawn on c6, and then a4, a5, a6, as Peppa mentioned. So we would exchange our a pawn for the b pawn and then capture on c6. That would be a plan.
Of course, black can try to defend the c6 pawn with a rook on e6. Not this thing. Sorry, guys, I'm getting crazy already, but rook e6. But then we could try to put our rook on b6 anyway, and then the same plan with a4, a5, a6, and then boom on c6. Of course, we would love to have this king in the center, but it's not possible. It's cat. So one plan could be, to bring the rook and to exchange rooks. Let's say, for example, rook to b2, king f7. What about this endgame without rooks? Rook takes e2. What do you think?
This bishop endgame.
Yeah, this bishop endgame. Should be what? I'm not so sure. I think if you manage to fix here the pawn, for example, with c5 and then b6.
Squares, then it's okay.
It's a different story if you allow
c5 for white.
Yeah, for example, something like this. Yeah, this is a different story. We have a lot of plans.
That means that you should watch out for this c6 pawn, because the plan is that we give up the a pawn with a6 and capture on c6, then to have a c pass pawn. What's going on in the chat?
People have a question. How does your lips evaluate the position? They're asking.
Let me check. It's saying 0.32.
Yeah. All right. Interesting question by one of the users. Yeah, it's a different story if you allow c5, because now you have to pay attention all the time to this pawn. You can never go to with some trips with your bishop, because this guy here could go from behind like a traitor and then collect all the guys here. Still, I think it should be a draw. But all right, so this rook b4, what is the idea behind rook b4? It can be just to go rook a4 and to go rook a8 or rook a7, something like this.
Yeah, if we could activate the rook, that would be nice. I mean, it's not so bad on b4, but since the pawn on b7 is protected, we don't really have a perspective with this rook, and it would be really cool to play rook a8 or rook a7 to have the rook. Yeah, rook a8 I would like. So
for example, king f7, rook a4, let's say for example, king e7, you want to go now king d6, so maybe it's not time to play c5, yeah? You see this rook has many interesting options now.
The only thing is that whenever we go rook a8, maybe he just plays bishop d7, bishop somewhere.
Yeah, but let's say, for example,
exact moves.
h6, all right?
Okay.
For example, rook a8, bishop d7.
And then you want to go rook a7.
And then you want to go rook a7, or now this endgame is good. But let's say rook a7, you always have time to exchange. So after bishop c8, now you can try this. Boom! Bishop c6.
You should go for bishop takes c6. So that would be a blunder, bishop c8. But rook b8 is fine.
My question is...
Although it's a passive rook.
What about this?
This plan, pushing the pawn to a6.
But I don't think that's anything concrete. I mean, whenever it goes to c6, I will just take it.
You mean whenever we push a6?
Yeah. So let's say a4. Let's say, yes, I stay here. King f6, a5. For example, bishop b6, a6, takes, and then you get a lot of counterplay here with rook b2, king e3, and for example, yeah, this could be double-edged because you are gonna take this pawn at some point. Even if you lose one of these guys here, you have a lot of potential here with this c pawn.
Exactly. The only winning chance is here if we can get the c6 pawn and have a c pass pawn, but that's not unlikely that we manage to exchange our a pawn or sacrifice the a pawn for the c pawn.
Yeah. So this is okay. Levon went already for rook a5. Now my question is, what happens if I just go rook a8? He wants to go bishop f5 and let's say rook a7 or rook b8 even. You're forced to go rook e7 and yeah, maybe c5, then a4, a5. Could be a little bit unpleasant for Levon. Of course, Peter is trying to push this endgame, and Peter is having no troubles in after openings.
Not at all. I see that by HCM a comment that Swidler has a stellar preparation, but should play the endgame more precise. That's what he's saying. Well, he played very precise yesterday too, but the position, even though he had a pawn up, maybe it wasn't enough for a win. Sometimes a pawn up in rook endgames especially is not enough for a victory, but he's playing very well, and it's true that his preparation is really good. Every round he surprises the opponent and he has very deep preparations.
And we have an interesting question from Sarax. He asks, how much could Magnus Carlsen exploit the novelties that are emerging in this tournament? What do you think, Anita?
I don't know. I also think that Magnus Carlsen's chess is it's less about theoretical novelties and more about playing strength. So all he wants is to get a playable position and then beat the opponent by outplaying him. So I'm not sure that he is the person to point at when you want to talk about theoretical novelties.
Yeah, but I'm sure that he's following very closely this tournament.
He said that he will follow this tournament not only as a world champion, but as a chess fan.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. People are saying that we have some new developments in Karjakin versus Vichy the King. So after bishop takes, rook takes g3, he went for bishop a6. And this is a move, actually, I'm not so sure. I mean...
With the hanging pawns, usually you need to be careful. I think that's why Papa is concerned, because you usually want to have some activity and...
I mean, the reason why I don't like personally this move, of course, Vichy knows like thousands times better than me. But the reason is that
We wanted to push d4.
Yeah, I wanted to push d4 at some point. I know it wasn't easy. But this is the only counterplay I see for black in this position. The only attacking ideas that could have bishop in this position. Now bishop a6, actually now to have these weaknesses here and to have this diagonal weak is not so important anymore. And the bishop on b5 was looking a little stupid there, right? So after bishop takes, rook takes, now I see, I think like white position is better, I think. There are some plans like queen c3 and then try to play b4 in some lines.
Exactly. All those people out there who have studied with me the hanging pawns know that this is a very typical maneuver, queen c3, b4, to try to get those pawns be destroyed somehow, tear them apart, and in that case the d4 square will be a very nice outpost for our pieces, and also the pawns will be easier to attack once they are not united.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this bishop a6 move, but of course Vichy will have his reasons.
We really wanted to push d4, that's why we wanted to keep the bishop on b7 on the long diagonal, attacking the f3 knight.
Yeah, so yeah, of course now b3 is a little bit weak, so you can try to put a lot of pressure with rook b6 and rook b8, trying to create some counterplay, but you always have to pay attention to this c5 pawn. f5 is weak as well. I don't find black's position very comfortable. I'm not a big fan of this bishop a6, but as I told you guys, Vichy will have his reasons better than mine for sure. Yeah, and as one of the users, MBV0, is saying that Botvinnik said that if you have hanging pawns, you must avoid exchanges and play for initiative. That's true.
Exactly. That's why we did not like bishop a6 so much, and we would have tried to go for some d4 pushes. Maybe Anand, I mean not maybe, but
maybe
for
not.
sure he knows what he's doing. But simply for us, it would have made more sense to try to push d4. Maybe not here, because of course you have the queen on d8, so you don't want to go and start pushing a pawn in front of the d1 rook, but perhaps playing queen b6 first, attacking the b5 bishop, and then try to play d4.
Yeah, I see one plan, like for example going bishop f1 and bishop g2 could be interesting for white in this position. But yeah, I think it's better to keep the bishops on the board. I'm not so sure, as I told you guys, and I feel very bad trying to criticize a move by Anand, but I don't really like this bishop a6. Anyway,
I'm also not a fan of it, but he plays a lot better than us
so
altogether. So if somebody knows how to play chess, and any of these 8 players can blindfoldly beat us in a simul too. Let's see what happens later. We start to be a bit worried for Vichy, but he wanted to exchange bishops, so he's doing what he wants. Bishop a6, it's his plan.
And queen c3 has been played. This is really natural. Now the dark squares are a little bit weak, so you have interesting squares in e5, for example. Now you want to go, b4 in some point. And yeah, if this b pawn is exchanged by this c pawn, then you will have a really strong square on d4 for your knight or for your rooks, etc. Yeah, I think white is a little bit better in this position. So let's see how Vichy tries to hold. Of course, everything can happen in this game. We are not saying that Vichy is losing or something like this, as we are reading in the chat. Everything can happen in chess.
It's just a slight edge for white. Simply, we thought that he would keep the bishop. That's why we are so surprised. It's not a losing move, of course.
You know, once I resigned and I had checkmate in 3 moves. You know?
I think I've seen that game. Yes. Wasn't it in when you made this video
with Divis,
about the worst games of your lives?
The worst moves that we have ever played, and my worst move was just to resign in a winning position with checkmate in 3 moves. You know?
How? What did you think that you were getting?
No, I was. They were threatening mate in 1 move.
Your opponent was threatening mate, but you had mate with checked.
Yeah, three moves, and then was checkmate.
Wow.
So
that must be painful.
So I offered him my hand, and he said, "No, I'm not resigning." And I said, "Yeah, but I am."
So you convinced him that?
Yeah. And then he said, "Okay." And then he told me, "No, you had checkmate in 3 moves," and I was like, "Really?" Okay.
Oh, that must be really painful.
That's a player I am.
Come on, you're a grandmaster. You don't get to become a grandmaster just for nothing.
They gave me this title
on the black market.
On the black market, I bought it on the black market. Yeah, so that's easy then. All right. So, what do you think if we go back to Peter? And of course, guys, if you have any question, just please let us know in the chat. Peter Swidler trying to outplay Levon Aronian in this endgame. Looks a bit difficult for Levon, but for example, rook e7. What is the plan here? What is the plan? I will fix the pawn structure with c5, that's for sure. Because it's not so easy for black to attack. The only way is just rook e5, and then you have to always to pay attention
Careful
to this
with
guy.
this b7 pawn, and if the b7 pawn drops, then the c6 pawn will be vulnerable too.
Yeah. So the other idea is, of course, a4, a5, a6. But does it create anything serious against black? Yeah, I think Peter is gonna try. And we then take a look in Topalov game.
Yes, that was the slowest game of today. It doesn't mean it's gonna be boring later on, simply this is a slow maneuvering position, so the other games went wild early on, while this is an Italian where on move 34 the position will become more interesting.
Yeah. One interesting question, Pepe and Anita, do you think Lawrence will become a GM?
Well, I think you should know that better.
I mean,
how is his chess preparation? Does he study?
He knows a lot.
I know.
I know. And he
He's a
remembers
very good
everything from
commentator.
And when he has been commentating a lot of tournaments, and he remembers everything and every game that has been played, and he does pretty well against really strong grandmasters. But sometimes, he doesn't do that well against weaker opponents.
So that's the reason why.
But I think he has the strength of a grandmaster.
He definitely has the knowledge of a grandmaster.
Yeah. So we'll see. I would love Lawrence being a grandmaster, yeah? We played so many games in our house, yeah?
Blitz games.
Blitz games, like we had a bet as well. So the one, after 1 year, the one who is under in the score who should wear a skirt in a tournament for 1 round.
Did you do
But
that?
not yet, but we're still playing, so we'll see.
Wow, that's a tough bet. So how is the score so far?
I'm winning +6 or something like this, so...
So you are calm and no skirt buying yet.
I'm still safe, yeah?
I would love to see Lawrence playing in a skirt.
He is able to do this, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah. So Topalov went here for c5, asking Fabiano what he wants to do with his center. Now there are two possibilities. You can keep the tension here, playing some knight f3, for example, or bishop d3, and you can close the center as well. And after something like bishop d7, there is this knight spot for the knight here on c4, but it's not, I mean...
Not so much. It's nice to have the knight there. That's a nice post, attacking the b6 pawn, but the position is so close that it's not easy to get access to this b6 pawn or the d6 pawn.
Exactly.
Those are the two targets.
There are two plans that come to my mind here in this position. One is try some kind of b4. At some point, just trying to open the b file and just trying to create some weaknesses on the queen side. And the other plan here that I see is just to play some kind of f4. f4 because the e5 square is not well controlled.
I just see a comment by a sec that Jose is a BMGM. Shocker. I guess by BM he refers to black market.
Black market GM, yeah, that's what I am, yeah. It's easy, you just go there with some money, you know. Yeah, the only thing they ask you if yes, you have to show you can move the pieces, you know the rules.
Yeah,
but then
the
if you pay enough money, you get the GM title in the black market. That's not a problem, yeah?
So where do you buy it? Tell us.
I don't want to tell my sources, you know, so I already have some friends, they want to do the same stuff. Lawrence asked about this, but...
You don't want to tell him. You want him to wear a skirt.
Yeah. I won't tell him. So... I like this position for white, actually. I would love to play some kind of f4. Let's say here, for example, I'm not sure. Let's say f4 here.
Immediately. Why
immediately.
not knight c4 first?
Yeah, okay, knight c4, for example. And what do you want to do?
Just simply place the knight there and maybe next move or 5 moves later I go f4. But I just thought that this is the square for the knight.
Yeah, let's say just you don't do anything, just rook f8, then f4 should definitely be the move.
No, you should keep the rook on e8 preparing for f4. So let's say another move for black, although it's not easy to make moves. What about, I don't know, just random move, bishop c8, just to
bishop
make a
c8.
move.
Yeah, so normally the ideas against this kind of f4 break is trying to put a piece on e5 later, because of course you have weakened the e5 square.
Yeah, that's the drawback
later.
of playing d4, f4,
sorry. Yeah. Because you cannot recapture with a pawn, so you recapture with a piece. Then the e5 square is a little bit weak. So one of the plans is normally just to try to put a piece over there. But in this case, I think white has all the pieces in look into this e5 square, yeah? Maybe some bishop a6 is interesting here, so then you force this knight back, and then you are trying to go knight d7 and knight e5. So you have to be careful as well with white here, because if black controls the e5 square, could be even better in some positions, yeah?
Exactly. HCM is saying that he is rooting for Peter so that if he becomes the challenger of the world champion, he can say that he has played against the challenger of the world champion.
That's true, yeah, that's what we were saying. You think that it's normal to play this kind of guys
It's
every
Peter
day?
Swidler playing here Banter Blitz on Chess 24, but he is one of the best players in the world, so
Yeah.
it's such an honor to have him.
Yeah, you can play some shitty players like me, for example, in Banterblitz, but it's not usual to be able to play with Peter Swidler, right? So.
Yeah, and his position against Nakamura is very promising. We agree with you, HCM, and today let's see if he can win this.
Yeah. So let me just think, because this knight on c4 looks to me a little bit vulnerable. This maneuver with bishop a6, bishop c8 and bishop a6, I don't really like it for white. So where to put this knight? There is another square where I can control the e5 square after some f4 break, but the only square I see is just f3. So maybe it's just interesting to go f4 and after takes, then just try to go knight f3 and then try to push some e5. Of course, if white manages to do this, will be completely fine.
Yeah, so maybe it's not so bad actually to remove the bishop from d7 so that we would have knight d7, knight e5 as quickly as possible for black.
Yeah, so let's say bishop c8, you try to do this, and then knight f3.
And I'm not in time to go knight d7.
Knight d7, you are in
knight
time.
e5,
You
just
are-
one more move, yeah.
Yeah, you are in time, and then if you are on time to do this, I think black is completely fine. You could try even to put some pressure on the e4 pawn later with some rook e7 and rook d e8.
Yeah, this is the question, if white can break through with f4. The drawback is that it weakens the e5 square, but on the other hand it opens the f file. So yeah, this is something that Caruana should definitely think about. Also knight c4 is tempting, but this is a pleasant position for white, slight advantage.
Yeah, what about if bishop c8 directly? This should be better,
Maybe
right?
it's better.
So you are ready to go knight d7. Maybe we should focus on another kind of plan. What about this rook b1?
b4, you wanna
Yeah,
prepare.
let's say you do some stupid like knight d7. I can improve a little bit the position of my pieces, then just try to go b4. Another drawback playing b4 is that the c5 square will be weakened later.
Yeah,
and
the
then
knight can jump to c5.
yeah, you will also have a weakness here on b6, but of course, but still, I think white has an obvious space advantage. So I think white is a little bit better in this position. And Fabiano will try to... He kept the tension with bishop d3. So he didn't want to close the position. He played bishop d3, rook e7. The question is, can I take everything on d4, for example?
This is a typical Spanish opening
Yeah, then
thing. But there's this exchange on d4, so the d6 pawn is a backward pawn. Also in the Sicilian, you see this many times. And the question later is if black can push d5, exchange this pawn.
Yeah, then this is a little bit better for white, of course.
It's actually very similar to Wishy's game when he was
Yesterday.
playing against the d6 backward pawn.
Exactly, yesterday. But Fabiano Caruana
The day
managed...
before. Yesterday was the free day.
Yeah, it was a free day, not for you that you were working in this middle game show, but
Exactly.
yeah. People are asking, Bishy's supporters, why don't you guys take a look on Bishy's game? Let's go there. So queen to c3 was played, rook to b6. Yeah, it's a better square than a6. Of course, you have a target here on b3, rook ac1, and queen to d6 being played. And knight to e5, and there is a direct threat hide gear. What am I saying?
No.
I don't know.
You wanna go knight c4?
Yeah, so for example, it's some stupid move like rook c7, there is ba-boom, knight c4, and then you have to resign already. So just take care, be careful with all of these tricks.
We don't expect any such blunders on such high level, of course, but it's nice to point out a motive like knight c4.
Yeah, there is a direct threat here now, just knight to c4.
So how to avoid it? You need to either move the rook from b6 or the queen from d6. Which one is better?
Let's try some queen f6 move, then knight d7.
Queen takes c3 is still there.
Yeah, knight d7 is possible, so let's not allow this kind of knight d7, for example, rook to b5, yeah? Just defending this c5 pawn and then avoiding these tricks with knight c4. Somebody's saying you guys should analyze 22 b4 c takes and queen to c8. So this move here with c4, with b4. They want us to analyze. So of course, yeah, this
we
is
cannot capture
you cannot capture
it's
because
beautiful
wow,
back
checkmate.
rank.
Yeah, you only move queen f8, losing on the spot.
Yeah, loses a piece this variation, so there's no c takes b4. That's why b4 is definitely a candidate move that you should think about.
Yeah, that's completely true. So for example, no,
And
there.
it's also the idea against playing against hanging pawns. You wanna ruin those pawns. You wanna tear them apart. So b4 is what we are playing for.
Yeah. Sorry, not here, not rook c7. This rook
Rook
b5,
b5,
yeah?
b4.
And b4.
That's
But-
a good question, guys.
Yeah.
Well done.
And then you increase the pressure around this c5 pawn. There are some ideas later. I don't know how can you increase the pressure on this c5
After
pawn.
c4, you
Yeah,
mean that black doesn't do
Let's
anything.
say you don't do anything like a6 or something like this.
Yeah, well, at least it's a position where black has to keep the rooks and the queen where they are. If not, he's losing the pawn on c5. So you are paralyzing the opponent's pieces.
Yeah.
It's true that it's not so easy to make a progress with white, but at least you are the one saying that, okay,
Yeah.
you keep the rook on b5, you keep the rook on c8, the queen
Yeah.
on d6, and white can try to double the rooks on
Yeah,
the
rook
c5,
d2
the
or
triple.
h5.
That would be actually triple, double, triple, I don't know, to have one more rook on the c file, attacking the c5 pawn. So we want to fix these pawns. So b4, c4 would be something that white wants.
Yeah.
Just let's show
So,
that
yeah, let's
after rook
show this.
b5, b4, c4 is something that white wants to achieve. So now the d4 square is an outpost for our pieces. And of course, yeah,
and there's a-
tactically it's a losing move
Tactic
too.
stuff, guys. Even though if you don't have this little tactic,
Yeah, it's just bad to
Yeah.
push because you fix the pawn structure. The hanging pawns are okay until they have their dynamism, until you can create some kind of moves like d4. But once they are fixed, they are weak.
now it's really easy to put some pressure. That's just putting some pieces on d4, line f3, knight d4, and then just putting your rooks on the d file. Just you can go a4, b5. A lot of plans here, so it's not a good business for black. This c4 push. So it's a tricky moment for Bishi. He has to think, okay, now there's a direct threat, knight c4, so what should I do? Rook b5 or queen f6? Queen f6 allowed this kind of endgame. Knight,
Let's
queen
see
takes.
how it is. This queen exchange now, rook b5.
Rook
or
b5.
rooks, yeah.
And then you can play something like rook dc5, and then what are you gonna do about this c5 pawn, Anita? I don't see anything.
It's dropping.
It's dropping. This is a pawn for free for Karjakin. Yeah? So not so easy. Even though at the end you win some pawn, let's say this kind of endgame is not completely won, right?
Pawn up, but not that easy. to
As we saw
convert.
yesterday, Nakamura managed to defend this kind of endgame versus Peter Swidler. So yeah, but of course you can play until tomorrow or even the day after tomorrow, these kind of positions. And
So it's a bit unpleasant for Vichy today to play this position, and Sergei Karjakin is a very good positional player. Of course, all the players are very strong, but we saw Sergei Karjakin's technique against Nakamura. He had a slight edge with white, and this position today is a bit similar in a way that it is black who has to be very precise. So white will maneuver, white will try to force black, push those hanging pawns, fix them, tear them apart, and create weaknesses.
yeah, that's true. And we have some statements from in the chat. People are saying the worst thing could happen to chess if that Vichy Anand wins this candidate tournament, and I disagree
We don't think that that's
with
true.
all my heart. The winner deserves to challenge Magnus Carlsen. So if
Yeah,
Vichy
no
wins,
matter who is the winner, he has the right. He proves that by winning this tournament, it's so difficult to win this tournament. So no matter who is the winner, he has all the right to play Magnus Carlsen.
yeah, completely agree. Julian is saying, man, sometimes it's really hard to understand what Pepe is saying.
He's very quick.
I'm very quick and my accent is kind of shittish, so yeah, guys, I'm really sorry. Anita is teaching me some English after the shows, so I hope I will speak better.
How is Peter Swidler's position? Has anything improved since?
Let's take a look here. At least we don't have any new moves.
Yeah, this is still the pawn up that we talked about. Double pawns, c3, c4. That's not so easy to convert, but an idea that we said is to push the a pawn,
Yeah.
get rid of the b7 pawn, and then capture the c6 pawn.
Yeah, and also to fix the
Important.
black's pawn structure.
On light squares. That's where the bishop can actually capture them. So as long as we have our pawns on dark squares, it's safer. And for black, he has to watch out for protecting the b7 pawn and then the c6 pawn as well. What about Fabiano Caruana's game?
Yeah, let's go there. Just a second. Just Fisher Goss is saying, yeah, he would deserve it, yes, but it would be much more exciting for chess fans to have a new challenger. Yeah, it's always good to have some fresh air, right? Some new faces as well. Yeah, there are several opinions.
We have 3 leaders now and a lot more rounds to go, so anybody can win this tournament still, even Topalov if he starts winning games.
Yeah, Topalov.
Yeah, let's see if the birthday man can win today. Vasily
Okay,
Topalov,
yeah, the birthday man, yeah.
turning 41 today.
So how do you think these guys celebrate birthday in the middle of a candidates tournament? They go for party and go crazy and dance like a beast?
I don't think so.
No, right? They just go to bed and prepare the game for the next
Yeah.
round, yeah?
Actually, I'm very lucky, if that can be called a luck, that mostly, almost every year, I celebrate my birthday at either the Olympiad or the European Team Championship. So it was really nice many times that the whole Hungarian Olympic team would prepare some surprise party for me. Of course, we wouldn't do, like, it was just to have a glass of champagne and eat a cake because you have to prepare for the next game.
Not so sure. I heard stories about that party.
Come on.
I heard stories, yeah?
No, there's no real party, but it's still nice when your teammates tell you, Anna, team meeting tonight at 8 in the evening, and you go and all the team is there, the men's team too, so Judith Polgar, Peter Leko, Zoltan Almasi, all those
big
great
fishes,
players
yeah?
are there waiting for you to sing happy birthday, and they are waiting for you with a birthday cake and candle, so that's really nice. I celebrated my birthday many times with them.
Cool. None of the strong players celebrated with me. What can I do, Anna? Just with my brother, 2,200 players.
You have Lawrence to celebrate with.
Yeah, Lawrence doesn't count, yeah?
For those of you who doesn't know, Papa is living with Lawrence. They share a flat here in Hamburg.
The worst idea
Of your life.
of my life, yeah? But what can I do? Okay. So,
Danger Man was saying that your English is fine, Pepe, enjoying the commentary.
thank you. So, we are not getting any moves, I guess, any update. We're still in these positions. Just let me check. Yeah, 95. 95 is play. So in this position we were discussing, what do we do? It's good idea to close the center. I would close the center in this position, and then I will have a lot more space than black side. So many ideas, as we said. Now it's difficult because you don't know what to play. My favorite plan would be to go for some kind of f4 break, but you have to be very careful because the e5 square is getting weak. The b4 plan is also interesting, and you can try some strange maneuvers as well, like some knight to f1 and then to g3, but I think the knight should be aiming to control the e5 square after some f4 break is done. So what
I'd like
else?
to know if there are any new moves, but so far it's either that the players are still thinking or once again we are in the dark.
So do we have any new questions from the chat?
Let me see.
I think you're in the
can
Spanish
see,
chat.
I'm checking both. I can see Ernesto in the Spanish chat.
Yeah, we have a lot of strong players in our Spanish community in the chat. But I don't see any strong player in the chat in the English one.
Not today, the other day.
So where are the 2,700 players?
I think they're playing the tournament. But the other day, Eric Hansen was in the chat, for instance.
Yeah, 1 minute games. He is amazing in this kind of stuff.
He is one of the fastest players on the internet.
Okay, so where should we go? I think we have some new moves. c5 was played, as we were saying.
Sorry to interrupt, but Lawrence Trent is in the chat as well, talking in Spanish.
Lawrence is in the Spanish chat, yeah? By the way, Lawrence's Spanish is perfect. Okay, so c5. This is really natural move. You want to fix black's pawn structure in the same color than your bishop. So later on you can attack them. For example, for black would be really nice to have these pawns on b6 and c5, but he's not on time, right? So rook e7, c5. Now king f6 was played, and I think now it's time to go for a4, a5, and a6. It's time to go for that, and then try to attack the pawn chain from behind. Then the c6 pawn will be weaker in the future.
That's the plan that we have mentioned, and for sure that Peter Swidler will go for it. He plays very well this tournament, very good preparations all the rounds, and he had very good chances against Nakamura. Pity that the advantage was not enough to convert it into a full point, but he tried really hard, and today he will do the same.
Yeah, for sure. So, what else? King f6. There is another plan different from going a4, a5. Maybe you can try to do something first in the king side. Something like g4 or h4. I will go h4 here because you cannot, I mean h4, and then maybe it's on g4, g5 in some positions. I'm trying to improve a little bit the position in my king side before going for anything concrete on the queen side. Of course, this king can get active now, trying to go to d5 and collect all these guys here, the c5 pawn and the c3 pawn. You can always avoid this with some bishop f3. This bishop belongs to this diagonal because later on you will be able to capture on c6 after the pawn is on a6. So, any tweets?
Well, nothing that would make much sense.
Okay.
So, if you wanna read criticism and negative people, then yeah, then we have tweets.
It's fine, Anita. People can say whatever they want. We are
Saying
happy.
that I'm a 1600 player, no, I'm an international master. So if you are an international master too, then show me your certificate, please.
Okay, Anna is asking for certificates. This is getting interesting here.
Do we have a question in the chat by John1234? What's our favorite opening?
Favorite opening?
Yeah.
My favorite opening. The King's Indian and the
King's
Philidor.
Indian, you
The
said,
Philidor.
yeah.
I play the
Philidor
Philidor.
as well. It's a bit passive, I always thought.
It's a bit passive, but you're this kind of player. You like to wait a little bit. And I'm this kind of player, so I'm not really good in tactic positions where you have to attack like a beast. So I'm more like I like to defend positions sometimes and to play in a strategical way. So yeah, I'm a fan of the Philidor. I played it so many times.
I think many people know that my favorite opening is the French defense with blacks. I love it. I've been playing it for so many years, and I still like playing it.
Mm-hmm. French defense, yeah, it's really interesting. I don't understand why it's not played more often in the top tournaments. And people are saying Anna is getting angry here.
Well, there are some people who just like criticizing no matter what you do. So we are trying to do our best here. If you don't understand it, that's not my problem.
Just don't mess up with Anna, otherwise she will slap me, you know, and I don't want to, deal with this kind of stuff.
Let's see if we have any new moves in Anand's game.
Yeah, Anand's game. Well, yeah, we have a lot of development here. So, Rook b7 was played. Yeah, actually avoiding this kind of knight c4 jump. Knight to d3 was played, forcing basically just c4 because, okay, you can play rook c7, but then you want to go to f4.
Knight f4, that's a typical square for the knight against the hanging pawns.
Exactly, and then you have a lot of pressure against this d5 pawn. It's so hard to defend it. You can go rook c2 or rook d2 and then just double rooks on the d file. It's really tough to defend this. There are many plans with knight h5 or h5, h6 in some positions. So, wow! Knight d3 forcing c4, b takes, rook takes, and we reach this kind of positions where it can be really unpleasant for Vichy to defend this kind of structure. It's really easy to put pressure on the d5 pawn. Knight f4 is coming, so he went for now, okay, for example, queen a1 is interesting. Let's say rook takes, and now knight f4, rook d1, queen to d4. This is the kind of position that Karjakin was dreaming about.
Exactly, this isolated pawn that can be really weak. You know that playing against the isolated pawn, you want to exchange pieces on endgame. Against an isolated pawn is something that would favor white here. Yeah. And knight f4, queen d4, the typical plan, attacking this pawn. Yeah.
Really tough position for Vichy, and also if this pawn were on f7, if Fiona
stayed on the 7th rank,
looks better for, I mean, not better for black, but I mean a better version for black. Now with this pawn on f5, you have always to pay attention to your king as well. So I don't think, I mean, Bish is gonna suffer in this position a little bit. So, and Fabiano Caruana decided to close the position with d5. Rook e7, d5 was played.
Your plan with b4.
But rook a1 was played here.
Yeah, the pawn was hanging on a4, so he had to do something about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you go for bishop b5, the position would be too closed.
Yeah, you don't.
And then there are nothing to do there. So
also, white has more space, so you don't want to trade pieces if you have more space. That's in general a tip.
Yeah, so rook a1 is interesting. I mean, it's not the ideal square for the rook, of course. It's not really active, but then you want to go b4, this kind of plan, or f4. Knight h5, Topalov creating some counterplay. He wants to jump to f4 at some point, and he went here for b4. Wow, what's going on after knight f4? I guess you want to go to f1, for example. You cannot play g3. You have to wait to waste another tempo with king h2 first. So let's say that black wants to create some counterplay with rook f8 and f5, something like this, or f5 directly. So this is could be getting pretty double-edged again.
Yeah, but f5, let's see what happens afterwards. If we capture on f5, of course, the d5 pawn can be vulnerable.
Yeah.
So that's something to calculate.
The d5 pawn, you mean? Yeah, of course. Now you have to pay attention to this guy here. It's really sad. Yeah, it's missing his friend on e4. So I would actually think this is good for black. I mean, after this, e takes f5. So let's say bishop f1 is the most natural move to me in this position. Maybe bishop b5 or something, but I will always go bishop f1 in this position. So let's say bishop f1 and then something like rook f8 or f5 even. The thing is, how do you create something on the queen side? Clearly now you cannot go for any f4 break because the knight is already there. Yeah. So, I mean, can you do something about this stuff here? So
you try to use the b file, or what do you want to do? After?
I mean, some knight c4 and then, but this pawn is well defended.
It's too slow maybe.
All right, now we can play g3, yeah?
That's true. So if the knight has to go back after knight g6, at least the d5 pawn will not be hanging.
Yeah.
And if we capture on f5, we have the e4 square for our knight.
Yeah, for example, or you can even... Now, of course, exchanging this light square bishop is a great idea.
That we want.
Because you see there are a lot of weak...
squares on light squares.
Yeah, all the squares. This is really beautiful. All right, so...
You're an artist, Pepe.
Yeah, I'm such an artist, yeah. So, yeah, for example, something like bishop d3 would be extremely interesting for white here. And then I think this kind of position, you can try to outplay your opponent, right? Bring a knight to c4, a rook to b5, and then this knight is a little bit stupid here on g6, yeah. So...
I like white's position here. Of course, it's not a big deal. It's just maybe a slight edge, but...
Yeah.
It's something that can be unpleasant for black.
Exactly. And we have some more moves in Bish's game.
Where are the queens?
Where are the queens? Where is Jan? Where are the moves? And where is the queen? The three most asked questions today, yeah? So c4 takes and queen to e5. I prefer to keep the queens on the board because
of the f5 push. So the black king can be weak.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, the endgame is also a little plus for white after rook c1, for example. Yeah, you have a lot this open file, and with this f pawn on f5, it's a little bit tricky for black to play. Let's say, for example, g6, you wanna bring your king to the center. How to proceed with white? I mean, there are some plans like knight d3, knight b4, knight f4, followed by rook c5 or some stuff like this. And then maybe try to create another weakness with h5 here. Of course, you have to bring your king to the action at some point.
Yeah, after g6, Karjakin played rook c5.
Rook c5. So this actually ties this knight up to d5.
Yeah, and now king g7, rook a5. That's a very nice square for the rook. It's from where you can attack both pawns. So you actually tie down black's pieces. The knight cannot go away, the rook cannot go away. This is pleasant.
This is really interesting play by Karjakin. Actually, this rook is tied to the defense of the a7 pawn, and the knight cannot move from e7. So basically, yeah.
And now just imagine the white king coming to d4, because white will activate his king, and then it can be really problematic to defend everything.
Yeah, for example, you can also try to go to d3 and b4. So you force black to go to d7 or something, and then
you bring the king to d4.
And then with a rook on a6, maybe if the king comes, Vichy has to be a little bit careful in this position.
Exactly. This is quite problematic already to hold with black. Of course, we think that with Anand is very strong, but the position is super unpleasant.
The position is really unpleasant for Vichy. Of course, maybe he holds, but yeah. So he went for king f6 in this position, and then I guess two natural moves, knight d3 or knight to f3. Nobody play here f4, yeah?
Don't do that.
Maybe it's not that bad actually.
Yeah, just in case, don't start weakening your own position as well if it's not necessary. Let's take back that move and go for a knight maneuver.
Yeah.
So after king f6, we can go knight d3.
Yeah, knight d3
and
for example.
that's where we want to go. We want to go knight b4 and then bring the king to d4. That's such a simple plan for white. Of course, you shouldn't blunder anything. You should always calculate, but still.
Ba-boom!
Yeah, that would be a blunder.
That would be... Vichy would manage a draw. Pepe, what do you think? I think this is the kind of position that Sergei loves. So, but of course, I don't know. What do you think, Anita? I think Karjakin can put a lot of pressure to Vichy. Not so sure. Let's see. Wow, and we have new moves in Fabiano versus Topalov game.
What happened here?
b4, knight f4, and he went actually for trying to create something directly without hiding this bishop on f1. And now the question is, of course, Topalov has to do something quick because he could try something like bishop b5, knight c4. Sorry, not this arrow. Sorry, guys. Knight c4.
You want to capture the pawn on a5.
Exchange this guy here and then put a rook on b5, double rook on the b file.
Be a bit slow.
So you have to do something on the king side, right? So f5, for example, this natural. And now what? I mean, this is unclear, yeah?
It is, and I think Topalov likes this position because he can create counterplay against White's king. So yeah, White has more control on the queen side, but with this knight on f4, the White king can be many times in problematic positions, so White has to be careful.
Exactly, yeah. There are some tricks. Taking on h3, for example, this rook can get active on the f-file, some lines, but I think the black attack is a little bit slow, so we'll see if Topalov manages to create some counterplay. He has to react quickly, for sure, because if he doesn't do anything, just bishop b5 is coming, and knight c4 maybe, this kind of moves that can actually create some troubles to black queen side, sorry. Dira is saying that his comments are getting mentioned but not his name. Let's just thank Dira for posting your opinions and comments.
We are really thankful to all of you guys here in the chat, also on Twitter, for contributing to this broadcast. And it's a lot more fun with you guys here. So it's not just Pepe and me talking about moves and then we are like, boring. But no, it's a lot better having you here, and we are talking about the games as a community. Yeah,
it's much easier. As I told you guys once, I had to commentate just one whole tournament, you know, and the chat was not working. Can you imagine that, just talking to myself, you know?
That must be sad.
That's really sad. Okay, so we have any development in the Swidler game? He went for a4. He's coming for it. a4, a5, a6. Let's say, for example, king e5. And now you want to go king d5 here, of course, and just to eat some food. And the c5 pawn is really tasty. He has a really great carry, so he wants to take it.
So we should prevent it with bishop c4, I guess.
Yeah, so bishop c4 or bishop f3. I normally would love to play this bishop here, because later can attack this pawn on c6. But the question is...
What if bishop e4?
The question is, what if bishop e4? What about this endgame? I think black king is too active. So I think we are not on time to... I mean, this king is coming really fast here to take these guys.
I don't think that Peter would like to play once again a rook endgame.
The question is, what about bishop c4? What about if bishop e6? So let's say takes. Takes with the king. And maybe now there's this rook d8 cutting your king. And now the plan is just very simple. You want to activate your king here. What about, of course, black will do the same. So, for example, king f5, so he cuts you. And what's the plan now?
Once again, the rook endgame with a pawn up, just like the other day against Nakamura. There are more pawns here, so that's a better chance, but still, this isn't something that's easy to convert.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, there's some plan here with rook d6, and then same plan with a4, a5, and a6, then trying to get this pawn. But I think this king is too close to the action, right? So I think Levon can hold this. The question is, do we have to exchange this bishop? I mean, do we have... There's one thing very clear, we have to do something about this king d5 move. And I don't know if maybe we can try rook d8 directly in this position. But again, rook d7, it's a move. Then this endgame, I think this king is too active here, so I don't think it's possible to win this endgame. Especially because after something like bishop f3, you can try to go bishop e6 and bishop d5. So, I don't know.
I see a question, what would happen if Kasparov faced Carlsen? What do you think about that?
I think now Carlsen would beat Kasparov, of course, but because he is not training, Kasparov is not playing anything.
Yeah, but maybe the question would be Kasparov in his best against Carlsen in his best.
Yeah.
And that would be really interesting to see, but unfortunately it will not happen.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe someday. You never know.
I think he will be back.
I would love to see Kasparov back. I mean, we all saw how he crushed Nigel Short in an exhibition in the United States. So he still can play some chess, yeah. Better than us for sure, yeah. So a Mark, international master from United States, white has a huge edge because knight f4 and h5 are happening. In Bish's game, I guess he is mentioning, yeah, this knight f4 is coming, and then you cannot move your pieces with black. You cannot activate them, and then h5 is happening. And this could be really annoying. For example, let's say knight h4, and then, for example, rook d7, h5. The point is, you cannot go g5. You can go, but actually knight e6 is coming. And
also, you can never go d4 because of the same reason, knight e6. Imagine, you would love to get rid of that pawn, but you can't play d4.
Yeah, you can just take and then, boom, knight e6 coming. And this g5 is not possible, but after h5, you still have to create something else. I mean, for example, if I just stay here, rook b7, so you take on g6 and then takes, you still have to create a third weakness here or something just to be able to win this endgame. What I think is you should activate your king. I'm not sure. I think you should keep the tension with the pawn on h5 here. But then you will activate your king for sure at some point. Let's see. Do we have any more moves in Caruana versus Topalov? Yes, we do. He went for rook f8. For sure, this rook is doing nothing in the d file. He wants to push with f5 in this position. f5 was not possible yet, I think, because you can just take maybe, and then yeah, this pawn is defended. So rook f5, aiming to play f5 in the next move.
Yeah, unfortunately for black, there was no f5, e takes, knight takes d5. There's always bishop c4, so he cannot go for that pawn, and in that case, rook f8 is a good preparation.
And we have another suggestion from a really strong user, Pepe Derbes, 2700 in our platform. I think he crushed me.
I don't have so much rating on
during my banter blitz. He suggested that also knight f4 and in some lines rook d6 is coming. But the question is, this kind of endgames without knights and this pawn, it's a draw or it's winning? I think black can try to hold this kind of endgame. But
I would love to see once again a rook endgame.
But the rook is quite active, so you... not so sure, not so sure.
The good thing is that you can capture the pawn whenever you want. So first we activate all our pieces, we activate the king as well, and then you will take the pawn. So in the best possible circumstances.
Yeah, this maneuver with h5, knight f4, exactly. So, and so he went for a4, rook e5, and of course now it's time to do something about this e5 pawn. One idea could be just to go some check on f8, and then after king e7 just rook b8, And of course, this is not good business for Levon. But what can you do? I think you have to go here to the G file. Let's say king to G6. And now rook B8 anyway, then you have to go back to E7. And then we keep going. A5, let's say.
PP Derbeth is saying that in that line rook d6 was winning. Pepe, which position we missed something?
Yeah, let's go here. So knight f4, I guess. Let's say rook d7, h5, and then rook b7, rook d6 here, I guess. Yeah, I mean, let's say we stay here.
It wins the pawn, that's true.
It wins a pawn.
We were just talking about whether to capture the pawn immediately or first activate the king and then take
first
the pawn.
have this king, for example, let's say on f3, for example, would improve a lot the position.
Yeah.
And my question is, this endgame is won or is winning for white or not? I wouldn't say that it's winning for sure. I mean, for sure, without this pawn should be a draw. Without the a pawn should be holdable for black, but now with this pawn you can bring this rook to a5 and a6 and then cut this king, then just try to activate your king via f4 or something.
If it's not just the pawn but also that white has an active rook, that means a lot. In rook endgames in general, an active rook can compensate for a pawn, but here if white has a rook that's more active than black's plus the pawn, that's good advantage. Many times even for winning. You know, the rook endgames are not easy to convert, but in this case, imagine if you have an active king, active rook, plus the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, in this position you can try, to put a rook on a6, to bring your king to g5 or something like this, and then it would be really tough for Bishi to defend this endgame, guys. So, what else do we have? Anita, tell me something. Tell me a story.
A story?
Yeah, tell me something funny that happened in a tournament for you or something.
Well, about Topalov, what I think was a fun experience for me is that, you know that in these European Team Championships and Olympiads, there's always a free day. So on the free day, normally there's an excursion, and that's usually for players who are not in the top teams.
And you went to pick some mushrooms to the
no,
forest or something?
we went to a museum. But I just imagine that, there are many players from the tournament, that's why they organize it, but I didn't expect any of the top players to be at the excursion. So I'm there in the museum with the other players from my team, and then suddenly I see Topalov grabbing headphones to listen to the excursion as well, see the paintings, and for me it was just so nice to see that even he joined the excursion, because I think normally top players just prefer to have a rest on the free day and not go on sightseeing.
They're humans. They
he was the only 2,700 player or 2,800 almost to be there. So imagine.
Yeah, if they do this, imagine the rest of players what we can do, right? During a tournament. Oh, so interesting story by Anita. Topalov in the museum. So what else do we have?
Navid Bhat is asking you, why are you calling me Anita? I think you mentioned it the other day. But
yeah, Anita is just the way we use, this Ita or Ito is just small Ana in Spanish. So we use it a lot. My mom called me Pepito, for example. Pepito or Pepillo is the same. She keeps calling me
Little Pepe.
Little Pepe, even though I'm already 29 very soon, so... Okay. Pepito, Anita, Jancito.
Jancito. Where is Jancito?
Where is Jancito? I don't know.
Everyone is asking for Jan.
Jan. And really nice theme by Topalov here. So after bishop b5, he went bishop c8, and this is really important, this kind of move. You don't want to allow this kind of exchange of bishops. So for example, bishop b5 would be a terrible move. First, because you can take with the pawn, but even though if you take with the rook, you can see here now, black attack on the king side is much less effective. Normally you want to have this bishop here on the position just to sacrifice it on h3 in some lines and to play f5. Without bishops, the black attack is much harder to be performed. So bishop c8, I like this maneuver by Topalov. He avoids exchanging this guy.
Imagine if in some position there will be some bishop takes h3 sacrifice. You
Yeah.
need that piece.
Yeah, bishop takes a3, boom, right? At some point. Would be really annoying for white if this happens. So yeah, now these rooks here look a little bit stuck, and then you haven't created anything concrete on the queen side, and then this attack on the king side looks much more dangerous for me. So we'll see.
Lucas is saying Pepillo baboom. That would be
Pepillo, my man. Pepillo, behave well. My mom keeps calling me every day, you know?
Yeah, last time you had your phone ringing during the show, so I think I know that she's calling you.
Yeah, but every day, you know? So...
That's a nice relation.
Yeah, it makes her happy, so why I'm not gonna talk to her every day, right? So good person, Pep.
Come on, I think we all love our parents, so it's normal.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal stuff, yeah?
I think we will go on a short break and then we will be back with these games
All right.
because now the players are still thinking, so we will go for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere because we will be back shortly and we will try to find Jan and bring him in.
Yeah, we'll kidnap him and bring him back. All right, guys, see you. 5 minutes maximum, 10 minutes maximum, something like this.
See you shortly.
Bye.
And here we are back, but with Swidler's draw already. We thought that maybe Peter Swidler had good chances today. And he had a pawn up, but this pawn up wasn't easy to convert into a full point. Let's just see the position where he still had this pawn
Yeah, let's
on
just check.
c4. And exactly. So we talked about this position, some plans for white that could be with a6, pushing the pawn to a6 to weaken the c6 pawn and create the c5 pass pawn. But since it's attacked already, unfortunately there's no time for such slow plans.
Yeah, so he went king g6 and then rook b8, of course. He took on c5, rook takes b7, rook takes c3.
This means that there's no pawn up anymore. There is a passed pawn on a4. It's a more advanced passed pawn and also it's an outside passed pawn. But we are afraid that this position was already close to equal.
After a5, bishop d3, this endgame without bishops looks like white is almost making a queen, but after c5, a7, rook a3. Now, yeah, black's plan is just to go to c3 with the pawn. It's not gonna be easy to make any progress, right?
Exactly. The only way to progress would be to bring the king to b6, but that's a long way, and black also has a passed pawn.
So let's say, for example, if black does nothing, for example, after king e2, h6, for example, one plan could be to bring the king to b2, force this rook back, and then go ahead with your king. Even though I think it's not enough either, so just king f6, g5, king e5, and king d5 should be a draw anyway. But this plan is easier for black. Just push the pawn until c3 pawn, h5, king c2, and c3. Yeah, and you can.
What to do next? We cannot go king b2, and we can't really permit to go king d3, king c4, and go far away because then who will control the c pawn? Yeah,
c2 is coming, so. Yeah, so Levon Aronian had a difficult position, but he managed to draw more or less quite comfortably. So
you did it. Good job.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that for those of you who might wonder why not start playing king d3, place the rook on c7, and then go with the king. Whenever we go far with the white king, black will just sacrifice the c pawn for the a pawn.
Yeah,
so we can't do this. We can't get to b6 in time.
Exactly. So yeah, there's not a way to make any progress here. That's why a draw was agreed between Peter Swidler and Levon Aronian.
So Levon Aronian is still in the lead if Anand or Karjakin cannot win that game. They are playing against each other, and Karjakin has a very promising position.
Yeah, let's go and check there. Wow, so we have new moves.
A lot of new moves here.
So king f1 following Anita's suggestion to bring your king to the action. Knight g8, king e6. Actually, black cannot do anything, just can wait. You can activate your king. This rook is making a good job there. And then you're gonna move this rook. You have to defend this pawn all the time. So he went for knight g8, knight e6 check, king f7, and knight to d4. And now the idea is that you can actually not bring your knight to f6 and then to some more active squares because knight b5 is coming. And then you have to find a route for your knight to be able to defend that guy. So after knight e7, knight b5, knight c8 is forced, and a4 was played. So it means that you cannot even come to c7 or you can come to b7, but you don't have any prospects on the b5.
Yeah, what's next? The knight on b5 is blocking the b5. So white's plan is very easy to bring the king to the center. A king on d4, for instance, would be just extremely nice. Attacking the d5 pawn, the rook on the 6th rank, as Pepe said. Cutting the black king, the knight on b5 is very well placed too. So this is such a passive position for black, unfortunately. Yeah,
and then the question is, after you bring your king to d4, how do you continue with white pieces? Because, all right, let's imagine you had your king on d4, then how do you put some more pressure on d5? One idea could be just bring your knight back to c3, but then knight e7 is coming. So maybe there's another plan just to bring your king to f4 and g5. And if
also with the plan of h5.
Yeah, with the plan of h5, putting some more pressure on g5. And I think this is actually really unpleasant. I don't find any way to avoid this plan via f4 and g5. You could think about playing h6, but once you have played h6, h5 is coming. And then there is always this nice move.
It's not easy at all for Anand to hold this position.
Exactly. So I like this plan with king f3, king f4, king g5. Let's see if it's played or instead Karjakin wants to go via d4. Wow, interesting endgame. Let's check Fabiano's game. And we also have a lot of new moves here. So he took on e4, and after knight takes e4, he went for bishop f5. Now the question is, what happens? He just rook a b3. Maybe in some positions I want to go rook b7. The thing is, even you take two rooks for the queen, then this d6 pawn is weak.
That's true. So moves like bishop takes e4 has to be considered, but
Yeah.
we will see if black can play like this. Maybe it's too passive. You normally would like to keep that bishop and attack on the king side. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure that he would be happy about bishop takes e4.
Exactly. And now two, three.
We are back with some extremely surprising news. Vishy Anand has just resigned his game against Karjakin.
Yeah, it seemed that we had some little technical issues, and we were talking to ourselves for 20 minutes.
We've been here for the last 15 minutes talking to the camera, but apparently no one could hear us. So sorry guys, we will repeat what we have said. We were talking about Peter Swidler's game, but I think now let's just finish with Vishy's game, why he resigned.
Yeah. Why he resigned. Okay, the position is extremely unpleasant. So, for example, there are some direct threats, like rook takes e7. So, for example, king e6 doesn't work because of rook takes e7, takes and give me your pawns, baby, and your rook. And, for example, if you want to do something else, let's say rook c6, of course, knight d5 is coming. So it's really unpleasant. I don't find any move to avoid knight takes d5.
You can't. And the problem is that it's not just knight takes d5, but afterwards it's going to be a pawn endgame.
Yeah, it's going to be a pawn endgame because looks like the only move is just rook e6, and then you just take on d5. You exchange everything. It's just a winning endgame, right?
So we were talking about positions where black loses the d pawn, but it would be at least a rook endgame. And unfortunately for Vishy, here there's no more rook endgame. It's going to be a pawn endgame with a pawn that's completely lost.
Exactly. And so, where was the decisive mistakes?
Good
so
question.
Looks like rook b6 is already really an inaccuracy because after rook d7, a6, knight c3 is coming, and this is just completely lost.
Exactly, you cannot give up the 7th rank, but it's such an unpleasant to play with black, you cannot move your pieces.
I guess you had to go king g7 and king f7, just try to hold this endgame. Yeah, it's gonna follow king e2, king d3 or something like this. It's extremely difficult for Vishy to hold this endgame. Yeah, after this sequence, he was just completely lost, so he had to resign.
Sad news for Vishy's fans. He was leading and now he is back on just 50%. On the other hand, Sergei Karjakin is the sole leader now with +2.
Yeah, so, but for Vishy it's not so bad. He's still 2 out of 4, so I mean he's still in the middle of the table, I guess. So yeah, we'll see if Vishy is able to bounce back tomorrow. And
yeah, of course, a lot more runs left, so he can do it. Everybody still has a lot of chances. The most difficult it is for Veselin Topalov because he might lose his 3rd game today against Fabiano Caruana, and it's his birthday.
Yeah, let's go back to that game because it was again Topalov blunder in a difficult position, we have to say.
It was already difficult.
After rook b6, he played queen to e7. This is a really bad move. We'll explain why later, but he had to take here on e4. This is a little bit unpleasant. There are some plans with rook c6 and rook b6, for example, putting some pressure on the d6 pawn. But instead, he played queen to e7. And this just runs into knight takes e6.
Both rooks are hanging, so this works.
Yeah,
it's just a small combination.
Exactly. After bishop takes b1, knight takes b7, then you take on f7, then you just take back. This is just a post pawn, and you are a pawn up. A lot of weaknesses. This is just terrible position. And for example, probably he missed rook f6, and then he can just go back to e4 with knight. Yeah. And this is a winning position again for Fabiano.
Protected d5, protected pass pawn. That's a pawn up. Very nice pawn up.
And I hope the guys can hear us again. Are you guys here?
I think everything is fine already.
Everything is fine, yeah?
It seems to be.
Okay, and instead in the game, what was played is knight take h3.
That was his idea?
Yeah, and after
Okay, so he wants
rook f6 in this position, but there is some baboon here.
Okay, in this variation, of course, there's no knight e4. That was his idea, so he didn't blunder knight takes d6. But what he missed is that there's the...
Yeah, boom, baboom, knight c8, just winning on the spot. You just save a tempo, the knight is protected from the queen on h3, and then you're just gonna take on f6, and everything will be fine for white. There are many moves, I think. Knight to b7 is also fine. You just take here and just take back. If rook takes f2, you have queen e6 check. So every move was already more or less winning in this position.
Yeah, unfortunately for Topalov, this position, there's just no hope anymore.
Okay, he played here.
He played on.
He played on. I think he's still playing. So queen to d8, and then rook 1 to b5. And then
He even passed the time control, so there's no problems with time now. After move 40, they have 50 more minutes.
I mean, why he didn't took on f6?
Good question.
Why he didn't take on f6? Sorry, rook takes, and then I don't get it, because now you can take, if this is real, you can take on f2, right? Okay, you can take on
He wants to take
g6,
the bishop, and then rook f1,
rook f1,
king h2.
king h2. But then you take here this guy. I mean, this endgame is winning, I guess, as well. Queen takes e8, and then rook takes a5. It's completely winning, I guess. Also queen h6, yeah?
So he just wants to simplify the position. Perhaps that was an even easier win, but he saw that this variation wins.
Wow. So terrible blunder by Topalov with this queen to e7.
But then which one is the move that he missed? Knight c8 at the end, after knight h3, or here he missed that there's rook f6, knight e4. What did he miss?
I think he missed this knight e4 back or something like this. Maybe. Because I don't see any other explanation. This variation that he played, okay, you can think on this rook f6, but there are so many moves here now. Knight b7 works, knight c8 works. Everything works here, I think, more or less. So I think he missed knight e4. We will have to wait until what he says in the press conference.
Unfortunately for Topalov, he is really out of shape and he misses quite many moves in these games. That's why this will be his third defeat.
Yeah. And another game that we were saying some stuff before.
Yeah, while we were on air, we thought we were on air,
Yeah,
but we were not here.
Yeah, we were not here, guys, sorry. So, this endgame. Anita was explaining some stuff in this position.
Yeah, we were just saying that we saw some plans for white attacking the b7 pawn, then pushing a6, giving this a pawn up for the c6 pawn, then we would have a c pass pawn, but Levon Aronian defended very precisely, attacking the c5 pawn quickly, so there's no time for pushing the pawn to a6. And here they just exchanged everything, and even black wins back the pawn.
Yeah, so after rook f8 he has to go to g6 and then rook b8. I thought he was gonna defend with rook e7, but then there is this little evil plan with a6 and then trying to win this guy here on c6. Instead he took on c5, rook takes b7, rook takes c3 and a5. And even though it looks like this pawn is dangerous after the move bishop d3, controlling the a6 square in case white doesn't want to exchange bishop, it's really good because the rook endgame seems to be extremely drawish. Okay, it looks like this pawn is gonna be on a7 soon, but after rook a3, the black plan is quite simple. He just wants to push the pawn on c3, and then it's gonna be a kind of a fortress because, okay, if black doesn't do anything, white's plan is just to come to b2, and once his rook is not in the third rank anymore, you will just try to continue moving your king up. But just c4, and then c3, and then you cannot improve your position, right?
Exactly, but we were saying that even if white goes king d3 and places the rook on c7, you can never go away with the king because the c pawn will be sacrificed for the a pawn.
Yeah, for example, king d3, king f6, rook c7, and you were saying king d4 or something like this.
Yeah, any
g6,
move, and then king d4,
king d4,
c2
just c2.
It's just a draw.
It's just a dead draw, guys. So
Swidler has had a very good preparation during this tournament, all the rounds, he has good positions, but somehow something was still missing, for the full point at least. Also
Yeah.
against Nakamura, he had a pawn up, but it was just difficult to win it because Nakamura defended very precisely, just like Aronian today. It was an inferior position for black, but since Levon played very well,
Yeah,
Peter couldn't get the full point.
yeah, but still, he is not having any problem.
No, not at all. And he
After
has
openings,
chances with
yeah.
black, actually. Against Nakamura, he was having a better position with the black pieces.
And one question by the users, was Anand resigning too fast? I think this position already is understandable that he resigned here because I don't find any reasonable move here.
No, on such a high level, this position
Yeah.
is completely lost. It's gonna be a pawn down,
Exactly.
pawn endgame.
Because now, if you don't want to exchange all the pieces, you have to do something about this knight takes d5, and I don't see anything. If you want to unpin yourself, rook takes e7, baboom, is just losing on the spot. Knight takes d5, and then here. And there's no other move, actually. King e8, the same trick. And then if you move your rook, just knight takes d5, and then you have a pawn endgame completely lost. So Karjakin playing
Yeah,
an
it
extremely
was-
solid and interesting strategical play.
I think in this position, the moment when we were surprised by Vish's decision was bishop a6, because it was this hanging pawn structure
Yeah.
where we were trying to find some way for black to get the initiative, play queen b6 and push d4, some kind of an active play, but instead he played bishop a6, after which it's not like it's a big mistake, but we didn't like the idea that black will have a passive position.
Yeah, exactly. So we were thinking like, if there are some ideas of counterplay here in this position related for black, should be related to this d4 push, because actually will give you a nice diagonal for this bishop. I know it's not easy to play this d4 anyway, but yeah, after bishop a6, actually you have a lot of weaknesses, and with the pawn on f5 already, you will have to take care of your security of this king. So
Exactly, this is the moment when we wish that the pawn Fiona was still on the 7th rank.
exactly, Fiona was there, but now it's on the 5th rank, and tricky position.
So Sergei Karjakin played very well. He increased his position by each and every move. He put more pressure on Vichy, and at the end he managed to win.
Exactly. So we only have one game going on, right? And this is the game from Fabiano and Topalov. I don't understand why he didn't take here.
Exactly. That's the question in the chat that I can see, why Caruana gave up his f2 pawn. So Pepe doesn't understand it either, because there was this possibility rook takes f6.
I mean, I have a clear policy. When I'm playing chess and material up, I exchange everything possible. I start, cutting everything on the board. You know, I take my scissors, start, collecting everything possible.
So
and-
rook takes f6, and now what? Queen
Yeah,
takes or rook
Queen takes, and then maybe there is some idea. There are some ideas with bishop f5, but there is always this
okay.
trick. So let's say rook
Yeah.
b2,
Wow, that's a nice trick.
and then bishop
That's always
f5,
this
boom.
knight
to f5.
e7 at the end. So perhaps he just thought that then it's difficult to get back with the knight from c8, or what was he scared of?
I mean, if you don't play bishop f5 here, you just play d6 and knight d7, and
Yeah.
there is no danger for this knight here. So
No, that's a bit strange. We are surprised that he gave up the f2 pawn, but even after that, his position is still winning, of course.
yeah. So he played rook b1, b5, and then after rook b2, I guess you have to take on g6. There are no other squares for the bishop. Bishop d3 is covered. Okay, you could think on bishop d3, but then just after bishop takes, and queen to c8, for example. Yeah, queen to c8. This is extremely double-edged. But instead, you can just play rook takes c6, rook f1, king h2, and
Here after queen c8, there's even queen takes h6.
yeah, queen takes h6. But I think the most natural move is just to take everything, and then something like rook takes a5 followed by rook c6 or something like this. This should be completely winning. I don't know, because we are.
Completely.
I'm not so sure. Rook takes a5, and then something like king f7, rook e6, and then rook e8 or some. Rook e8 is not possible because of rook a7. But okay, even though if you take this guy here, is 4 versus 3, so
Maybe that's why he will keep the queens on the board with queen takes h6.
yeah, queen takes. But this is not so clear anymore. I mean, rook. So let's take here. Go
Rook
on.
F1, King H2, Queen C8, Queen takes
Queen
H6.
H6, and then, okay, I can defend this guy here with Queen D7. And this is extremely, I mean, it's not so easy anymore. Yeah, okay, so Fiona is asking me to...
I think I will have a new
All right,
partner.
so I'll go,
And
guys. I'll
guys, I should announce that she's a lot prettier than Pepe.
Yeah.
Fiona! We're talking about the F pawn all the time.
Okay.
The Fiona pawn.
I just came over because I'm totally shocked about what happened in. I'm not sure what you guys.
We were talking about
I will close
Caruana
the
and
door,
Topalov. Yeah.
maybe so we don't get distracted by the guys.
We were checking this game between Karjakin and Topalov, and we did not understand why he gave up the f2 pawn. We thought that he could have just taken on f6. So yeah, I'll give you the mouse.
Okay.
This is the same position that you were talking about.
Yeah, this is a position, and Ilya was wondering whether this would possibly lead to a rook endgame. And we thought this is unbelievable. Like a few moves ago, Fabiano was a piece up.
Exactly.
And
We
now-
thought here as well, like I'm sure that you were talking about this position then, that he can go queen takes c8 and this rook endgame. What am I doing with the board?
I'm confusing you.
Yeah, it can be seen that Pepe was moving the pieces before, so I move here. Queen takes this rook endgame you were talking about, and yeah, it's that kind of thing that we're surprised because Fabiano had a lot of advantage before, even a piece up, and now if he has to win in a rook endgame, that's like you need to be very precise, and you can even draw it if you are not playing the best moves.
We've also, if we just go back to this crucial position, it's even more strange to see him play rook b5 on move 41.
Yeah.
Because he has just received a 50-minute increment.
Exactly, the time control, they have just passed move 40, so it's surprising. Do you think he was nervous and he just wanted to play quickly, a good move, just move the rook?
He didn't seem to spend too much time on it either. Some people in the German chat were wondering whether he could have been surprised by the resignation of Anand, and maybe later, if this goes on for a while, we could go back to Anand because so much happened at the same time.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm still unsure how Anand lost so quickly. And I said in the German show that I was extremely impressed by Karjakin because we did talk about the results today before the round, and we were both agreeing that that would probably be a draw.
Yeah, we also predicted a draw. Although before the event, I thought that the person who could win it, I thought it would have been Caruana or Karjakin. So I'm happy to see that at least Karjakin is doing really fine.
Yeah, I have to say, I have to take everything back. I said over. Luckily, the people in here couldn't hear me. But over in the German show, I said before today's game, like, oh, I predict a draw. And I mean, overall, I didn't really think Karjakin had many chances of winning this tournament. But yeah, I have to say I'm very, very impressed. Okay, he was gifted, sort of. He wasn't really
He's
gifted.
the youngest grandmaster of all times.
Exactly. And I mean, against Nakamura, he took advantage of a blunder. But even before the blunder happened, he had gotten a good position.
He was pushing in that, yeah,
Exactly.
and the position was unpleasant. And today he did the same. His advantage didn't seem to be big, but then he just kept increasing his advantage against the former world champion. It's not an easy opponent.
And how do you think he's dealing with the fact he's playing at home? He lives in Moscow. Usually, we've had this conversation before. Jan, for example, I see people keep asking about Jan in the chat. Maybe Jan will pop by later. I'm not sure. He is in the office. But yeah, Jan is one of the people who believes that the home advantage is not an advantage.
Yeah, I
in
also
chess.
think it's more like a home disadvantage
Yeah.
because you know so many people, everybody comes to see you, and if you pay attention to the audience instead of focusing on the game, so you have to be like you need to have some inner peace and just be in your head and not care about the rest of the world. So yeah, I think it's more difficult to play at home. Like Magnus Carlsen never plays well in Norway.
Yeah, which is going to be interesting. Norway Chess is coming up in a month. We talked about this as well. It's going to be one of the strongest tournaments of the year. I'm not sure if you saw the tweet after today's loss. Vichy is now on the 2700 life list, the number 2 of India.
Oh, so Hare Krishna is number 1 already of
Exactly,
India
yeah.
by today. Wow.
It's just the difference. Hare Krishna is leading by 0.3 points, so it's not much, but still, I think it's the first time
Because
in
Vichy
many,
has been
many
leading
years.
for all his life, basically.
exactly. Should we?
Yeah, let's see if
do
we have any
moves?
new moves in this game.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have some moves for a while now, because I think
So strange.
yeah, I think Fabiano will realize his mistake now, and I think now it will not be so easy for him to deal with that blow psychologically of
Exactly.
what
that
did
he-
I do?
that he has lost some of his advantage.
Yeah.
Even like this, of course, his position should be a good advantage, but we don't know if that rook endgame is enough for a win. You know that in rook endgame sometimes
Yeah.
pawn up doesn't matter that much, especially if the opponent has active rooks. So yeah, it's incredible because the position before, yeah, here after knight takes, we thought that this was a desperate move.
I was saying to Ilya that Topalov was going to resign in the next 3 moves. And we were looking forward to going shopping. But then that didn't
I
happen.
would like to go with you, so let's hope.
But yeah, then also, so after Queen D8, one of our users in the German chat said he couldn't understand Rook B5 at all, because not only is it not a good move, but it looks very anti-intuitive. I really don't understand. I mean, if you are a piece up, why not just swap pieces?
Exactly. Peppa said that when has material advantage, he just takes everything off the board because you're like a piece of, why not exchange
Exactly.
rooks? That was the only dangerous thing about black's position, the doubled rooks on the f file, rook takes f2. So it just really, nobody understands why Fabiano didn't capture on f6, especially on move 41. No time trouble
Exactly.
anymore.
Do we have some new moves? It looks like we might have some new moves. So after Rook F2... Oh, is that not in this game? Rook,
Yeah, it should be. He took on g6,
took
rook
on
takes
G6.
f1, king h2, and then queen c8, queen c8. They exchanged queens because here queen h6 was another try, rook takes, and now rook c6. Yeah, of course, this rook endgame is very promising. It's just such a big difference having a piece up or having to win a rook endgame.
Yeah. And Ljavit reckons Fabi is just nervous. I think, of course, he's nervous, but...
Must be, yeah. Because this is the first time he plays in the candidates tournament in such a... Like, this is the big event. This is where you have to win the event in order to challenge the world champion. So I'm sure that it's not easy to deal with, especially the first time.
But still, he's such a strong player, and I've seen him play. I'm sure you have to. I've seen him live a few times. I know him a little bit, and he's always struck me as someone who had very good control over his nerves.
Exactly. I always thought that his main strength is that he can play without fear, without feelings, like almost inhuman.
Exactly. And that's why, really, I mean, I keep wanting to come back to this. I mean,
It's such a...
you are white, you've just made move 40, you're really happy.
Exactly.
You've
why...
made move 40, you're a piece up, and you have 50 minutes to think. I cannot explain
this is
what
just
went
really
through
strange.
his mind here.
We don't understand it. It will be interesting to see what he says after the game.
Okay,
Let's
so
hope that he still wins, because if not, it will be just a disaster for him.
I was just saying to Ilya that I feel a bit sorry for our friend Lawrence Trent, who must be going crazy in his Hamburg home right now. So, okay, let's go to the current position, where Rook C6 was just played, and Thomas Cheveux reckons...
How Caruana will draw a winning position.
Yeah.
Well, it might happen.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what do you think about this endgame?
I still think that he has good winning chances, but in comparison to a position with a piece up, and here, as you said, he will be thinking about it, that he had a piece up, that it was a big advantage. Maybe he was waiting for Topalov to resign, and instead what happens is that he has to be playing for 20, 30, 40 more moves to win this game.
And I have to say, I agree with DangerMo5 in the chat. It feels like a Dvoretsky chapter, blunders on move 41, quite a famous phenomenon.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
me
we
too.
probably have both been there
Happened
before.
to us so many times when you relax because you've just passed the time control, but at the same time you are still in this quick mode. So you make a quick decision instead of...
either that or you relax too much sometimes.
Yeah, I think both
Yeah.
are a trap. So
Yeah.
either making a move quickly or just thinking that now it's easy, whatever. But rook b5 is still such a surprising decision
Yeah.
from Fabiano.
So in this position, I wonder what black's options are. I wonder if black, I'm not usually the one with the mouse, but I'll try. I wonder if black can create any threats against the white king here.
I think he should try to use
Yeah.
both rooks. Of course, he cannot go for rook takes c6. Let's just put it on the board. This passed pawn is going to promote, and you also have rook b8 or rook c5 supporting the pawn, so it's just not possible to capture on c6. But I agree with Fiona that bringing the rook, keeping the two rooks, imagine that the two rooks can be doubled on the second rank, or there's some rook f5, rook h5, and just giving checks. Like that would be an idea. Sorry, I just wanted to draw arrows. That's always Pepe doing it, but just trying to give a lot of checks. And where do you hide with the white king?
Exactly. So now what do you do as white? I guess you take the pawn. How do you take it? Probably with this rook. I guess you want to keep the b rook. I don't even know how to draw an arrow.
Yeah, you just push this. Yeah, just the right click.
Okay. So I guess you want to keep the rook on the b file to protect against this perpetual check idea along the third rank.
So if now rook 8 f5, that we can play rook b3, protecting our king, and we are threatening to capture the other pawn, the a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so easy to draw here. No. You guys think that it's easy to be a commentator? No, there are many difficulties like clicking here and there. So it's like it should be winning, I would think, but of course I'm no rook endgame expert. And there's also this e pawn for black. We should not forget that he can also try to push e4, e3.
Okay, so let's go a bit further here. So what are my options now? I can maybe start pushing the pawn.
You can try. Let's see if e4, rook takes a5, and now how can we push further? We have to go rook e5 or give a check.
Give that check now?
And rook h3, then...
Because if you go here, you can't really go here, I guess.
No, because you take the g2 pawn, and this should be... almost black could be trying to win.
So king g3 is just a draw, because I have this perpetual check.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Don't get mated. Don't get mated.
Okay, so that's a good thing to show. You can't even go here because of mate in 1.
But king h2 is what Fiona wanted to show.
Exactly.
So after rook h5, rook h3 is the way to play.
Rook h3 is the only move if white wants to play for a win.
But now black will not want to trade rooks. He will go rook e5 supporting the pawn, and the plan is so simple. e3,
and
e2.
also now the d pawn can't move. Because of
exactly,
the pin.
it's pinned, so you have to give a check on a8 in order to push d6, but this is suddenly not so simple, I think.
I think it's even very double-edged now.
Imagine d6, and then even we can play rook d1 first to...
sorry.
Yeah, rook d1. Now what do you do with the pawn? And then we will push e3, so you have to do something against this passed pawn. I almost prefer black here, like, because e3, that's a huge threat. What's happening here?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. I'm just checking if we have any... Topalov is apparently still thinking, but yeah, if we look at this position, I'm not even sure what white does here.
No. Of course, this is not forced, but we are just trying to demonstrate that this position is not easy anymore.
Well, all of it, I think it's not impossible that we will see this line, because
something like this for sure, because I expect black to keep the two rooks.
Yeah. I can't see black really playing anything. Maybe another option.
Rook e8 and
I
e4,
was just
e3.
thinking that. But then
could be.
I was just wondering. Still, I guess white never really wants to move this rook. I was wondering if I could take with this rook and then play rook e6 at some point, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that even like that, it's just this e pawn is too quick. So
too
rook
quick.
e6, he takes on e6 and e3, and he's faster than us.
I now have to stop the pawn.
Yeah, but then he might bring the king.
Okay.
What is this endgame? Rook e3. Let's take the pawn and king e7. So we are a pawn up, but It's like he has rook c1 and rook a1 attacking those pawns, and the king is blocking our passed pawn.
Oop. So either rook c1, rook a1. Yeah, if I had to put some money on now, I would put my money on a draw.
I think the same, and I really feel sorry for Fabiano because that's just a horrible feeling when you know that you were winning and suddenly the position is not as clear. Of course, he might still win it, but suddenly it's not easy at all. We don't even know if objectively this is winning.
I think also from a psychological point of view, I think it's going to be very difficult now for Fabiano because he will, in hindsight, realize he could have taken on f6 and he will be kicking himself for this rook b5 move he played. So
definitely.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Difficult.
Such a surprising mistake on move 41, but as Fiona said, it's not easy psychologically to play this tournament, and also if you relax too much, you can make mistakes like this. What did you think about the wishes game? Because you were telling me that...
I was just asking you. I was just going to give the mouse back to you and ask you to show me what exactly happened there in the end.
Which one was the position you saw before?
Well, we very quickly played through somewhere around here, and I thought Fishy was, of course, worse, but I thought he would hold on, and then suddenly people were screaming, Fishy lost, Fishy lost.
Yeah, well, we were saying with Pepe that this position is just so unpleasant because you cannot move the rook, you always have to keep an eye on all those pawns there, like, okay, knight c8, everything is protected, but you cannot activate neither the rook nor the knight. The king is cut on the 6th rank, so all your pieces are bad. And white can simply bring the king. We were thinking about bringing the king to g5 and then pushing h5, and it just seems so... It's almost impossible to defend everything, we believe. So what happened in the game was even worse.
One of the problems is that black hardly has any moves.
Yeah, he has to defend very passively, and here after rook c6, knight e7, rook d6, we think that this was the last mistake, rook b6, because he gives up the 7th rank, and now after rook d7, the pawn is hanging, you have to go a6 and knight c3. This position is lost because it's not only about the pawn. We were talking about Pepe, this position, like imagine you win the d pawn, but in a way that you attack it with the rook and the knight, and you exchange the knights. So it would be a rook endgame with a pawn up.
Which would...
And we thought that, first of all, white can improve first his king and then capture the pawn. So he can take the pawn in the best possible situation. But even then, it's a rook endgame. So you might hope. But what happened here is even worse, because after this rook d6, rook b6, here he's losing the pawn without having the chance to just exchange knights. It's gonna be a pawn endgame.
I saw some comments in the chat. Some people were thinking that Fishy resigned prematurely. So you disagree with that?
I completely disagree, because he cannot move away from the pin. There's always rook takes e7, and then it's just a piece up. And if he cannot do that, imagine he has to go rook e6, and this position, we will exchange everything on e7, and it's a pawn up, pawn endgame. So there's no rook endgame. That might be some technical issues, technically not so easy. But this one, everybody can win a pawn endgame with a pawn up.
Exactly, yeah. So where do you think Fishy's mistake was in this game?
The last mistake for sure was rook b6, but the position here is already so unpleasant. So what we didn't really understand is that when he had this hanging pawn structure, let me just go back there, he had this position, and after g3, this pawn structure, first of all, we were saying that it's the kind of position where you wish your Fiona pawn was still on the 7th rank. So Fiona 7 would have been better.
We said the same thing. Ilya said if he was black to move, he would very happily play pawn f5 to f7 if he could.
Exactly. The other thing we were saying is that if you have hanging pawns, you want to create some kind of a dynamic play, try to take the initiative. So we would try to play d4 and open the diagonal of this bishop, not immediately with the queen on d8, but trying to play queen b6 first, attacking this bishop, and next move maybe we can go d4, threatening to capture here. So some kind of a dynamic position. Try to aim for pushing d4, opening the long diagonal, and play against white's king, because if something is weak here, then it's the white king. But bishop a6 is the kind of move that we thought that would only favor white. If you exchange pieces, so now you don't have this dangerous bishop on the long diagonal, and white is aiming for an endgame against the hanging pawns. And what he did very well, and it was really nice, that he forced him to push this pawn. Here, of course, we thought, yeah, he could still go for rook c7, but now he's just so passive, and knight f4. Like, there's so much pressure going on against these pawns. At some point there will be b4 too, not right now, but in a position where you can just tear these pawns apart or fix them, because after c4 the problem is that once these pawns lose their potential of pushing them, so now it's an isolated pawn and without queens, so suddenly it's just an endgame where you have weak pawns. The d5 pawn is weak. We learned that at the isolated pawn you want to attack, you want to have the queen, this is the kind of nightmare position with isolated pawn.
So you think that Vichy maybe misevaluated this ending? That he realized, of course, it would be unpleasant.
Maybe this bishop a6, he might have thought that later he will have some kind of counterplay, but it's just so difficult to create counterplay in this position. So that's maybe he was believing in something against the b3 pawn, like if you could double the rooks on the b5, but the c5 pawn is always in the air. So I don't really see what is the move he missed, because all the white moves are just so simple. Bringing all the pieces, knight e5, everything is so logical here for white. Knight c4 was a threat, he has to move the rook away. Even here we thought rook b5 and white can go b4. You can never capture because of queen takes c8. And if you have to push c4, once again, this is what we said, once you fix these pawns, there's no dynamism in the position anymore. And this, okay, it's immediately bad, but even if knight takes c4 was not possible, this position is bad.
Yeah, I think after seeing all of this once again, quietly being explained to me by you, I think once again I'm extremely impressed by Sergei's play today and even throughout the tournament. So well done to him, and I take back, not that he would care, but I take back everything I've said about him and his play before the tournament.
You know, the other comment we received about Sergei Karjakin is that he plays h5 or h4 in all his games.
Yeah.
So we are saying Sergei Karjakin, such a solid player, and this solid player pushes his h-pawn like crazy. So he's not that solid anymore. He has changed his style. He plays very brave, and I think that for me, he was one of the favorites before the event because he won the World Cup last year after losing 2 games against Peter Swidler. That was a final. How difficult it is psychologically to be having lost 2 games and you have to fight back. And he won 2 games and then he won the tiebreak.
No, I agree. I think I also underestimated. I think the candidates tournament is an extremely tough tournament, not just from a chess point of view. There are 14 rounds, which is incredible. I don't sometimes think even we cannot really. I think unless you play one of those tournaments, I think it's very difficult to relate just how hard it is playing 14. And meanwhile, we see Topalov. We will come back to this in a second. But I would just wanted to say it's not just from a chess point of view, but I think also from a psychological point of view, it's extremely tough. And we see it today in Caruana's game. I mean, he might still win, but it's going to be extremely difficult. And yeah, Topalov has just played rook e8.
That was the other move we were discussing here, so that he wants to support his e-passed pawn, very logical. And we are not sure anymore that this position is winning for white.
So what are the options? I guess we either have to take the pawn on c5. Oh, and Fabiano has taken.
Yeah, the other option was perhaps pushing d6.
The b-pawn.
He has taken with the c6 rook. As we explained, if he goes, that was a good idea, I think, what Fiona mentioned. If we could try to exchange these rooks or go quickly d6, d7.
But the problem is the pawn is very fast.
This is the problem, that this e3, e2 and promotion, even if we go rook e5, this king will block the pawn. And no matter that we win the pawn, I cannot move.
I mean, white is just one pawn up, and one of the pawns is going to fall, so this should most likely be a draw.
It is most likely, yeah, exactly. You cannot defend all your pawns. Rook c1 or rook a1 are coming, and you cannot go away with the rook because of king takes e6. So what he played instead was rook e8, and here rook c takes c5. And now what happens if e4? Let's go crazy and push, and then we push this one too. And who's faster here? What happens if e3?
Maybe rook.
Then rook e5
E5
should be the idea.
But it looks like there's an even stronger. If we
Instead of rook e5.
yeah, d7,
But because this
we
is a
attack.
tempo. Yeah, no, this of course is a much stronger move. Of course, moves like rook d8 never work. This is winning. So if he has to go rook f8, then rook c8 the same way? Or what's going on here? What's this position? e2? Who is queening first?
Who's mating first? Probably just a perpetual check in the end or something.
What's
Can we
going
play
on
rook
here?
e5?
We have to, because if we
Yeah.
queen, then the problem is, let's just
That
show
there's
it.
rook h-
Queen. Then there's a queen here as
I was also wondering about rook h1 instead of queening.
That's an interesting idea.
yeah.
Yeah, queen. That just to promote with a check.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if this is good. Yeah, then you have king
Probably I have to give
h2.
a perpetual.
Yeah, but how? Because this is covered.
And then,
What do you do here?
then I have to take on d8, I guess.
Yeah, and just play this position with the queen against two rooks. Something like this, and now you threaten to win
Yeah.
the rook and also a perpetual. This should be a draw. But this is
A crazy line. Yeah.
So also in this position after e2, is there any other option? Yeah, rook e5.
Yeah.
So we want to give up our rook for this pawn, and this would be winning once again because then we promote r1 after rook f8. So rook e5, what shall black do here? Rook d1? The same
Stuffing,
thing,
yeah.
copying. So we capture this guy and rook takes d7. That should be a draw. Still, it's not
Let's have a
that
look.
clear, but at least those dangerous
Yeah.
pass pawns have disappeared.
Yeah, I
Wow.
can't see this being anything but a draw. I think
Yeah.
white might be minimally better still, but
The problem is that the pawns are disappearing from the board.
okay. So let's go back. It looks like Topalov is still thinking after rook takes c5.
What is he thinking about? Because e4.
I think if he did play rook e8 rather than rook f8, the only idea is pushing the pawn. So I'm also not sure what he's thinking about.
Yeah, I think he will go e4. There's no other plan. I can't see him bringing the king because it's just too slow, and also you get checks from the 7th
Yeah.
rank, so e4 should be played.
I
And
see
here,
Spills in the chat. I'm not sure if you've answered it before, but I see he's asked about Jan a fair few times now. Jan
we
is
promised Jan
would
to
come.
be here, but we don't know what happened. Suddenly he disappeared. He was here a moment ago.
Jan is in the office, but if he's not coming in, he's probably busy. So you either have to have some patience or wait for next week when Jan will be doing the English show every day.
Oh, we can just bring him in by force. That's the third option.
Kidnap him.
That's exactly what Pepe suggested.
Okay, so okay, I know he didn't play e4 yet. Okay, let's assume he will play e4. I'm not really sure what other option there is.
I'll just see if there are any new questions in the chat for us or about the games.
Yeah, maybe we should go for that. Just it might be the only time. Hopefully I will visit you again tomorrow or the day after. But if you guys have any questions for us, it's now or never.
Although I'm hoping that you will replace Pepe. I like Pepe, but Fiona is even nicer.
Well, we have been very good friends off the board, on and off the board for a long time.
For how many years?
We used to be teammates. Well, we're still
Yeah.
teammates.
We
I've
have been playing for the same French team for 13 years, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that possible? We are so
a
old.
long even
Oh.
representing them in the European Club Cup.
Exactly. We played for Van de Vechak in France. And yes, that's true that Pepe is in the German broadcast right now. How is his German? Because he told me that he can go to the supermarket, but I'm not sure that's good
I'm
for
not
chess
sure. I
commentary.
mean, he was when I was over there earlier. He came in for a brief second, and it was better than Ilya expected. I had heard Pepe speak German before. I like it a lot. It's very funny. And by the way, Pepe and I, if there are any German speakers, Pepe and I are planning to maybe do a banter blitz in German, which should
Wow.
be very funny.
And then you should do one in Spanish with him.
That's also the plan, which is going to be even funnier. But yeah, it will be interesting. When I get home, I will definitely see how Pepe is doing over in the German show right now.
I think e4 hasn't been played yet, but we are expecting e4. There's no real other move candidate here for black. He has to go e4. That's the idea behind rook e8. Just push this pawn crazy. Going e3, e2, e1. That's a very simple plan. So I'm not sure if he's thinking or is just that we are not seeing
Maybe
the
he's
move.
away from the board as well. You never know.
Maybe he...
What do you think? How would you... what do you think is what's the percentage of chance that white is still going to win, and what's the percentage for a draw?
I think the draw is a very high percentage. So maybe... well, I can't really... I'm so bad at maths. I'm trying to see how to express it in percentages. I think it's 90% draw, 10% win.
Okay, so much.
What do you think?
Yeah, maybe 80-20, but I also have a very strong feeling this is going to be a draw. I guess white doesn't really have a choice but to push this pawn.
Yeah,
if he
they will
wants to
both push
win.
the pawns, and even here, either e3 or rook d8, just try to stop this pawn as quickly as possible.
Oh, by the way, did you ever mention in the show it's Topalov's birthday
Yes,
today?
we did. So we
A
thought
nice
that
gift by Fabiano.
this way it's gonna be a nice gift. But when he was winning, when he had this position with a piece up, I think we will keep on going back to that position. It's just incredible that he didn't take on f6 here. So in this moment we thought that, oof, what a birthday, what a nightmare. This is your third loss on your birthday.
Yeah. And as I said, I really expected Topalov to resign soon, and I wonder if Karjakin maybe forgot for a second he was a piece up, or I really don't understand. I mean, rook takes f2
Incredible.
is black's only threat, really.
Exactly. So you just want to avoid it by capturing on f6, and I don't really know. Oh, Pepe was saying that maybe he was afraid of some kind of a bishop f5 move. So if he moves his bishop, like, of course, rook b2, we protect the f2 pawn, but bishop f5 is never possible. We have this beautiful motif.
Yeah.
So it was just a threat that did not exist. I see a comment by, oh, but it has disappeared. I wanted to read it out. There are so many comments by you guys, so sometimes I miss the line I wanted to say. I hope I can still find it.
But yeah, so I don't know. I also feel that one of the first rules that are being taught to you when you learn to play chess is if you're material up, exchange as much as you can. So, but yeah, I think there is not much point for us to try and come up with reasons why Fabiano didn't do that. I guess they will ask him about it in today's press conference, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what he says. Yeah, Kevanov said that Jan is busy cooking a birthday cake for Topalov, so that's the reason why he's not here with us.
Yeah, I also expected Jan to come in. Jan was doing the German show with me 2 days ago, all day.
Yeah, he will definitely join the English commentary more often, but today seems like he had to leave early, because before he was here and we really wanted to grab him and just say, Jan, now tell us what has happened, because he's just such an expert and we love Jan, we all love Jan and we want to have him here.
Except for Ilya. Ilya cannot stand people asking in the chat, where is Jan, every 5 minutes. But yeah, Franchise is saying maybe Fabi just missed the knight throat at the end.
Maybe. And also that he might have been nervous. Strange, because we really thought that he's got the best nerves among the players. Like, he's just so calm and he can forget about being a human with no feelings. But somehow, maybe he just got so excited that he's winning, he would be +1 in the tournament. This would be his first victory.
Yeah,
Strange.
it's hard to...
Really
I'm also confused, really, why we are not receiving any moves now, because I'm struggling to believe that Topalov is thinking for so long, and people are informing us that of the time situation. 29 minutes for Caruana and 35 minutes for Topalov.
Yeah, more or less the same. And
Guys, why are you wasting 5 hours to watch chess? Well, we're very happy that some people out there are wasting 5 hours of their time to watch chess, because otherwise we'd be here on our own. So once again,
It's nice to have an audience
exactly.
to talk to. But I think we cannot complain today, because there have been so many exciting games. Even the quick draw between Nakamura and Anish Giri was such an exciting fight.
I think in a way it was an exciting fight, but I do think it was. I don't think
Preparation,
they made any move by themselves today.
I think it was, mainly, I would say that it must have been, for sure, Anish Giri's preparation. And I was just wondering if Nakamura had known this line as well, or he just found the best moves on the board. But if he did, then of course it's a great job. And great job by Anish Giri for preparing such a double-edged line that led to a draw. But with black, why not to draw if you can?
Yeah, no, I think my personal opinion was that I don't think Nakamura wanted to play a forced draw line. I think from his point of view it was more a test to see how well Anish would be prepared, and looks like I might be substituted out again, or Ilya is going to make a guest appearance, I'm not sure.
Really?
I am not gonna be substituted. Just want to say hi, shuffle through a little bit after.
Grandmaster Ilya Zaragatsky,
Hi
our
all.
CEO at Chess24. Sometimes commentator as well. Multifunctional guy here.
Thank you for this introduction. I just had Pepe in the German show and people loved him, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to subtract him from here. Anna, you can do this on your own, right? I mean, you're a professional.
I think I will stick to Fiona, so you can have Pepe, I will have Fiona. What do you think?
Okay.
I hope your opening knowledge is up to date.
Mine?
No, Anna's.
Nah, I barely know any openings. I just know some knight of 3 stuff, some Benko, some French with knight c6. That's almost it. Have you told our viewers about your pyjama party plans?
Not yet. We are sharing a flat because I was taken in by lovely Fiona, so I'm staying at her place and we have very fun evenings.
Yeah.
That we cannot share the details.
So what do you think about the rook endgame? Do you think Fabiano will still grind it to a full point?
No.
We don't really believe in it anymore, and we are just shocked that he didn't stick to his
By the way,
material advantage.
e4 and d6 is now on the board.
Yeah, but still, it's just...
Okay, but now he has to find rook d8 instead of rook d1, after which rook d5 is pretty much crushing. But I think he can do it. Rook d8, and then black has just enough
this
counterplay.
is something we should definitely show, that the logical move rook d1 is not good because of rook d5, Terrash rook. And
Actually, there's a fun line. If you just exchange the rooks on d5, go d3, now d7, rook d8, now king g3 or king g1, doesn't matter. Rook king f7, c5, king e6, and c6, and white is just in time. That's actually the one line that
I like this one.
black and white has to see, and this is
Yeah,
just
and
winning
of
just
course,
in time.
it doesn't matter that black can go in because we have king
He can
f2.
also give a check on f8 if he so pleases, but we just
Yeah,
take
it's
on
just
e2.
such a funny position. No matter that there's this rook f8, it's still winning for white. That's a nice variation. So after d6, he has to find rook d8, not rook d1.
And now either rook d5, then e3, or rook c6. Yeah, and this is pretty much simplified quite soon, because after rook b2 we have rook c1, and then both rooks, if you can just show it.
Yeah, exactly. Position.
Yeah, rook b2, because e2
rook
is a heavy
c1.
threat, rook c1, c5, and now I guess just king f7, king e6, and black is just in time.
Yeah, the problem is that we cannot push this guy.
Yeah.
So you might disagree with us, because we reckoned, Anna thought there was a 90% chance for a draw. I thought 80%, so you think it's less?
I think 85 is a pretty good guess. Yeah, I think it's a draw.
And also you were mentioning rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6,
Another
then
try.
also...
Still,
no,
there
actually
anything wrong with
here
e3
e3
here?
might be a mistake,
because of rook
rook
e5?
e5, and now...
yeah, and
what
these
do you
guys
do
are
with the pawn?
protected.
Yeah, because I go c5
so
next
rook
move.
d1, c5. Wow,
Yeah.
that's still a good chance. This is
It's
winning
probably
probably.
winning.
But the thing is, I think Topalov realizes, do you know it's Topalov's birthday?
Oh, I didn't know. All I know is that Pippa's birthday is the day after tomorrow, which is much more
The only
important.
thing we care about.
So rook b5 was already one very nice birthday gift, and I think Topalov
Ah, yeah,
realizes just how lucky he got here today, and I think he realizes he still needs to be careful in this ending, but I think he will now.
Yeah. Now he
Take
just
extra care.
has to find a rook.
Yeah.
One move back. Instead of e3, just go rook d1, provoke c5.
And
As
then
counterintuitive
E3.
as it is, because it
But
looks like
just
you're
to
helping,
block
but
the
now,
rook.
yeah, exactly. And now e3, now rook b2 is kind of forced, and you go king f7, rook e2.
I was wondering in positions like this, can you go rook d2 or it's just stupid?
But then I thought rook b3 and rook e3, no?
Yeah, maybe. I was just wondering if it makes any
Maybe
sense.
it's still enough.
Yeah, but perhaps why not to bring the king
After
first?
rook b3,
There's probably multiple ways to draw, except there's a couple of traps you shouldn't fall for. And now rook e2, rook d3, and then next move king e6, king d5, and the king is just in time to
Yeah.
simplify.
Even though this looks dangerous still, but the problem is that you can't really push these pawns, so it's just so difficult. You have to move the rook away, and you would need to have this pawn protected in order to play c6. That's just impossible. How do you prepare that?
I guess now we would have to try to collect at least the g7 and h6 pawns, but this is fizzling out to a draw quite soon.
Yes,
as
so
well.
if rook c7, you can even give up that pawn perhaps. G6, it takes. What is this position?
Maybe you can play also king f6.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't go that brave. But then it's
Oh.
not that
Yeah,
drawish as we
Can't
expected.
really make much progress. Maybe even king g3, king f3 is possible.
Yeah, I would be a bit
Okay,
scared
so-
here with black.
Maybe still a couple of chances for white.
and apparently rook d8 was played.
Z Droid is saying that didn't know Ilya was the big boss here.
Oh yeah, I'm the giant boss.
Are you enjoying this commentary?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, big time, of course.
Oh, what am I doing? Clicking here and there. So the position is he went for rook d8.
Apparently so.
So we are expecting. Aww, that's my mug. What's wrong with it?
I just wanted to show. I thought it was interesting.
We can always,
But I know this problem, and I
Make
have
a-
it all the time as well. So.
if you want, we
Right.
can sell it.
So rook d8, we said it was crucial.
I
That
think now that you've said that, a couple of people in the chat will actually be bidding. All right.
So we said it was crucial that Topalov found rook d8, and apparently he has.
But still, this rook c6 idea I like.
Yeah, maybe this is still the most stubborn in regards to.
So
the
rook
trend.
d1, c5. This could be really interesting still. e3, rook b2. This is what we were saying before. And this,
Maybe you're right. Maybe rook d2 is better.
just to try to do something about this. I want to push
Yeah,
this pawn.
because rook
That's all.
b3
Rook
then
b3.
maybe
I can-
rook e8
Yeah.
is still fun.
Oh, okay.
It's-
This is
and now
really
d7
nice.
is stopped and e2 is a threat.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Now White has to be careful here.
Yeah, that's true. And that's not exactly what you want to have after such a game.
So
So,
what can you do here instead of rook b3?
okay, rook b7.
A question from F. Trumper: how much for the mug?
I don't know. I think the CEO should decide. What's our merchandising
I don't
policy
know. We
here?
don't have a business model for that yet, but we might develop one.
We also have signed mugs, so I think.
Yeah, but this is
soon-
kind of more personal than a signature.
Also, this is a left-handed mug, so I should mention it before somebody, a right-handed person, offers something. I'm a left-handed person, and this is a left-handed mug.
I think Jan would also be willing to put on some lipstick and give a little specimen of. Well, let's stop.
Rook b7. What do we do here?
Yeah,
e2.
E2, but then rook e7. I don't know. Maybe white still has some chances. That's the thing with prognosis. you can never go right. You always go wrong, and then it turns out to be exactly the opposite way. So maybe still there are some chances after all. Either way, I'm on a break actually, so I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
Do you want me back in the German show?
I think
and-
Pepe
and
is
Pepe's
returning,
also
so it's getting
Pepe
really
just-
crowded here.
Last time Pepe should also join us.
Come, Pepe.
We are having a party here at Chess 24.
Where are the drinks?
We are celebrating Topalov's birthday
Yeah, true.
with the Rook endgame.
Yeah. So he will manage to save this endgame at the end, right?
We found some ways for white to keep on fighting, so we're not sure actually anymore.
This is the current position now.
Anyway,
the current
I think it's going
position-
to be a long evening for us, so we're looking forward to that.
I think you shouldn't stand up, then you're headless, Ilya.
Well, maybe it's an improvement, I don't know.
What if we put there the cartoons and then you stand up? So you can have, who would you like to be?
Either of them, because that would give me like 300 extra points of elo.
Where is it? Caruana, yes.
For example.
So we have Fabiano Caruana and Wesley Topalov in the studio.
Almost. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna head off. You
I
guys
am
have
going
fun.
to give you
I'm
back
gonna-
your spot here, and I'm going to head back to the German show with Ilya. So thanks for having me, English people. Only Jan is missing. I'm sure he will join us someday. And I'll see you very soon, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Okay.
Thank you guys for coming, and I hope that I can
What
have
Fiona
you
said.
more often, Fiona.
See you guys. Have fun with those two. They're the best.
Okay.
After us.
So, tell me. So you had a lot of fun here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
miss everything.
We were selling my mug with the lipstick, and
Okay.
also Ilya promised that Jan would have the same mug, so he would use some lipstick.
Okay.
Because this is a left-handed mug, and we will sell a right-handed mug as well.
That would be nice to see.
What about this end game?
I have no clue. So, who's
What
playing
I
here?
see is that now it's getting warm in here because before you were wearing a suit, and
Yeah.
now
Are you guys here like thousands of people in a room? What do you expect? It's getting hot.
also we have these lights on, so it's pretty warm in here.
So yeah, I just saw that before. Like I was thinking on Rook D1 here, but Rook D5 was winning, right? This kind of position, E3, and then just go back, I guess, or D7 even, and this is completely winning, I guess, right? Yeah, King G3. That's why Rook D1 was not possible, but Rook D8 was the good move, and then Topi found it.
Yeah, we are expecting Rook C6 here because it's still an unclear position. We thought Rook C6.
And then you want to go here with your other Rook, right?
Exactly.
Just to stop here, and then just to defend this guy with C5, yeah?
So we thought that maybe Rook D1 is the most
Yeah.
precise. You force C5 and then you start pushing the pawn, but
Okay.
still.
Because otherwise you play E3, you just go Rook E5 and then
Yeah.
C5, and then this should be winning. Rook C7, Rook
Exactly.
E7, this kind of ideas, right?
Yeah, that's why Rook D1 could be really precise. But even after that, Rook D1, C5,
Yeah. C5. and-
instead of E3, I mean.
yeah, Rook
Rook
D1,
C5.
C5. Okay.
And here E3,
And then what? Rook B2 or what?
Rook B2, and we thought maybe Rook D2.
Rook D2.
Just I want to push E2, so
Yeah, so now I want to go from here. Rook B7.
Rook B7, and here
E2.
we just ran out of knowledge. What is this
Wow,
position?
what is going on here, guys? Maybe Rook D F8 and Rook F1? I have
Could
time
be.
for this?
You have to do something for sure.
Yeah, because otherwise I just
This-
play Rook C7 and then start
Yeah.
collecting all your stuff, right?
Yeah, and also those pawns are annoying, the D6 pawn and C5 pawn.
So Rook F8, and then what should I do? I mean, something like Rook C7. This looks like the most natural attempt. There are some nice ideas with Rook F7 maybe. I have no clue. Wait, but can I go Rook C8 and then Rook CE8? So King H7, of course, if you take here, this is a queen for free, but maybe Rook CE8. Forcing takes, and what's going on in this position, Anita?
I would like to know, because are we threatening C6, but then C6, Rook takes D6, C7, Rook C6, he is on time to get the pawn.
Okay, maybe Rook D5 is fine here. Maybe Rook D5. I have no idea. You can take here on A2, then I will take on C5, then Rook D2. I go back there. So let's say Rook takes C2 and Rook C5, Rook D2. Only move Rook C8, and then this king comes so fast, and then he's gonna collect that pawn, and No, should be a draw, of course. Yeah, I cannot think of winning this position with black.
Lubit is saying that Pepe needs to back up. His muscles block the
No,
screen.
no. No way. I bought everything in the black market. So,
Their title, the muscles.
everything. So rook d5. Yeah, at least, of course, it should be a draw because this king comes too fast. Fix the clocks, please. People are asking in the chat. You guys know it's not an easy situation, as we already told you. So we don't have the clocks in the proper time, the moves. You know, where is Young? Where are the moves? Those two questions.
Now we have the moves, but the time, don't rely on the clocks now because we are not sure about how much time they have. Like 10 minutes ago, what we knew is that both players had half an hour each on the clock. So that was an information that we received, but the clocks on the website, don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, and we are in move number what? Number 47.
That's why it was so surprising that Fabiano made a mistake on move 41 when he had more time.
Wow, really?
Move
This was move 41?
Yeah.
No.
We were saying with Fiona that maybe he was too relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, when in this kind of positions, when you have passed the time control and then you are a piece up, yeah, you are kind of relaxed. And a piece and a pawn up, no, just a piece. Okay, it's a little... But, I mean, this was just too easy to see. Queen f6, and then if you want, rook b2. And, of course, he missed. I think this is what he missed. He missed that there was this trick with Baboom on f5. Yeah, probably he missed this. So he played rook b5, but I don't understand rook b5. I even prefer...
I think I see the times now in the chat. Thank you, guys. 18 minutes for white and 27 for black.
Sorry?
18 minutes for Caruana and 27 for Topalov.
Okay. So 27 for Topalov in this position, and Fabiano Caruana already realizing that this was not, it's not so easy to win this rook endgame.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's regretting his decision before. Rook b5 was such a strange decision, but as we said, this is such a difficult competition. It's the first time Caruana plays. Of course, he has played many elite events, but this tournament is even tougher.
Yeah, and I can imagine Lawrence now in his room. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. So he's very emotional. So. And yeah, so rook c6 looks like the most natural anthem to continue the game with this idea. And very precise move by Anita, rook d1.
Oh, we were just analyzing together. Ilya suggested rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1 is really precise. Otherwise, just this plan looks really strong. Rook d5 and then followed by c5. Yeah, you stopped quite easily this pawn, and then this idea with rook c7, d7, c6, and make a queen. Yeah, and actually endgames are really tough and are really hard. You can think that...
I agree with the users. Chess Matters is also saying that rook endgames are so hard.
Yeah.
We saw it in the Nakamura Swidler game that even though Swidler had a pawn up, it was not enough in that rook endgame. And today it might not be enough either.
Yeah, you can think that less pieces mean like that it's easier to analyze, but actually you need a special feeling to understand endgames as well. So it's a really tough part of the game. Everything is difficult in chess, right? What is not difficult in chess?
I think when we play well, everything seems to be so easy, but on bad days, yeah, it's really tough. And today, I was so worried about Topalov. It's his birthday and he was in an inferior position, then he blundered. But Caruana seems like he's such a nice guy that he didn't want to beat him on his birthday.
Yeah. It's a good friend, right? That's what...
Yeah.
So, openings. Openings actually, I think I mean, it's easy to remember them, but there are so many and it's so huge field that actually you need to work a lot.
Nowadays openings have become just so important and I don't like it. I like to be creative in chess. I don't like if it's all about memorization but unfortunately nowadays everybody's so well prepared.
No, I would love to know everything, but this requires...
Me too, but I cannot just go and revise all the time. I don't have that much time to prepare. So I wish I could just have a playable position and then enjoy playing, but sometimes I don't remember my lines and then you end up having an inferior position in the opening and start suffering.
Yeah.
Luckily we have a lot of opening series here on Chess24. So
yeah, that's true, guys. If there's one place to know theory and to learn theory, this is just chess24. I use it so much
Me too.
in my repertoire. And you know, I'm a grandmaster, so I cannot imagine for just a starter,
A club player,
yeah, club player, how useful can be. So I actually made an article about the games I won with chess24 stuff. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
I should
So,
see that.
yeah.
It's in Spanish.
It's
then.
in Spanish, yeah. Okay. Who's the guy next to Anna? Yeah, that's a good question, yeah.
He's been here.
Some shitty player, yeah, that just...
Grandmaster Pepe
No,
Cuenca.
no.
Also known as Grandmaster Jose Cuenca, but you know that Jose and Pepe in Spanish, Pepe is just the nickname for Jose.
I mean, all the Joses can be called Pepe in Spain. That's Francisco, Paco, for
Paco.
example.
That's why we have Paco Vallejo.
Yeah, for example, Paco Vallejo is Francisco Vallejo. Yeah, and we don't have any updates from the position, I guess. So tell me, what do we have tomorrow? I mean...
Tomorrow we have, well, as usual, many interesting games I'm expecting for tomorrow's round. That will be round 5. Remember, there are 14 rounds, so there will be 10 more games to come. Tomorrow, round 5, Anish Giri against Peter Swidler. I don't know who to cheer for in that game.
Wow, that's an interesting game.
Vishy Anand against Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow, okay.
Veselin Topalov against Sergei Karjakin. So it will be the last player, Topalov. Well, if he's not losing today, at least that will give him some confidence. But imagine if he had lost this game. 3 defeats and then facing the tournament leader, Sergei Karjakin.
Yeah.
Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. That's what we have for tomorrow.
Okay, so of course, interesting games as always.
Yeah, there's no boring day here at the Candidates tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Only 4 games, but there's always so much action going on. I just love this tournament.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And people are asking, Pepe, tell us something about Spain. Actually, Anita can tell you something about Spain. She lives there as well. And I live in Germany, so I think Anna can tell you more.
I love Spain. It's just such a nice country. I recommend it to everybody to visit Spain. It's sunny there. People are cheerful.
Yeah.
Good music.
Good weather,
food.
good music, good food, but no job. That's why. That's why I'm here in Germany. You know. All right, so I think.
I will see if there are any new questions. Guys, you can tell us anything you would like in the chat.
Yeah.
Also, now that we have seen 4 rounds, what do you think? Have you changed your predictions about who is going to win the tournament? Because, as I said to Fiona, I was predicting Caruana or Karjakin. So I think I'm still on the right track.
And of course, I don't remember what I said. But
We have to watch back your predictions.
yeah, I will play the video from round 1 and then I will be able to tell you because I don't remember a thing. I mean, probably I said Caruana because Lawrence is my friend.
I think you said Caruana. You might have said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Caruana probably I said, yeah.
What do you guys think? What did you think before the event and what do you think now after having seen 4 rounds? Who's your favorite? Who will win the tournament?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, of course, Karjakin is one of the favorites. It was one of the favorites before, but now even more, right?
To some people, when I said that I think Karjakin might win, they were surprised. But now, I think after his +2, no one else, no one will be surprised anymore.
No,
He's just in a really good shape.
He's a great candidate for to win the tournament, of course. He always was.
Yeah, he finished second in the previous candidates tournament. Then he won the World Cup, the FIDE World Cup. Also with the Russian team, he was their best player. So he is really a player to watch out for. He's the same age as Magnus Carlsen. They were born in the same year, 1990.
Mm-hmm.
And Karjakin became a grandmaster even at an even younger age than Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
He was still 12 years old and some months. So the youngest grandmaster ever.
Wow.
You know that he was the second of Ruslan Ponomaryov for the World Championship
Really?
match when he was 12? Like, can you imagine
But
a little kid
He was playing football or what or there?
No, and he helped
He was
him.
preparing the games for Ruslan, really.
He helped him become world champion. He
Wow.
was the youngest ever. Not only it was before he became grandmaster. He was the second of the world champion, Ruslan
Wow.
Ponomaryov.
Incredible.
12-year-old. You see a mini boy preparing preparing the world champions title. Like, wow.
This is amazing, yeah. I would never have imagined that. 12 years old, are already the second of a top grandmaster. The wall is getting crazy. What is next, Anita?
Yeah, Sunil is saying that Karjakin will be the best guy to face Carson. Tough, tenacious, and calm, and also young to go for long hours, especially against Carson. I agree that it would be a really interesting match to see.
Yeah.
He's also a very nice guy. Of course, I mean, all these
Everybody.
players are really nice people too. We know many of them in person, so we can say that they are very friendly, very nice people. I actually think that of the most of the chess players in the world, that usually very friendly people, very nice, very polite.
Yeah. Yeah, I also had this feeling in chess tournaments. The atmosphere in chess is extremely great.
Yeah,
You meet a lot of people, and most of them are so nice guys. That's why I play chess. That's one of the main reasons I play chess. I can travel
wanted
and
to say the same, that I just love the atmosphere of tournaments. So I think even people always ask me, but won't you get bored one day of playing chess? It's not only about the game itself, but just the whole atmosphere of chess events, meeting friends. There are so many nice people in the chess world, so I like going to tournaments and seeing them.
that's true. Yeah.
There's some new moves. Let's see the position.
All
now.
right. Yeah. Tell me.
I was trying to use my
you
mouse.
can use that mouse. Yeah. Let's see if something happens in the screen. But okay, so they went for rook d1, precise move, avoiding the maneuver with rook e5, followed by c5. Now instead, you are forced now to play c5, and now it's not so easy to stop this pawn. So after e3, rook b2 was played. It's actually only move. Any other move just runs into e2 and e1 queen. So rook b2 only move. We were saying here that now it's a tricky moment. Now you have to decide to bring your king to f7, for example, just to play rook d2. Those are, I mean, the two moves I will consider in this position.
In case of king f7, the only thing we were worried about is rook e2. Then you have to go rook d3, and now maybe some rook c7 check, and we were not sure what's happening here.
What's going on here?
Can you give up the pawn? Like rook takes g7, what happens here?
Okay, I guess king to d5? Not possible. Yeah, king to c5, rook c7, yeah? Wow, this is the kind of position I would like to have with white here. Because with white, because I mean, now suddenly you have to calculate a lot of stuff. This king can become very active, so king to d4 and then rook c3 or some stuff like this, and then yeah, you can also lose if you make a mistake here.
Yeah, you are pawn down, so you have to be careful. Also, king f6 is possible, so it's not sure that you have to give up this pawn.
Yeah.
Depends.
Or rook d7 is also possible here. Just you wanna, yeah. I think rook d7 is safer here in this position, yeah, but this is double edge again. And the other move is, as you said, rook d2, right? This seems reasonable. So of course you're gonna take on d2. This will mean a whole queen, and then you have to move your rook. For me, the most natural square is b7, not only because you can attack the g7 pawn, but also because you can always stop this pawn from that square. So rook b7 is really natural, and then e2, I guess, and rook e7. Of course, any other move is just a queen for black. Rook e7, and now this was a crucial moment where actually there is a really nice idea with black just going rook f8 to try rook f7 in the next move.
Yeah, or also rook f1, e1, depends if we have time for that.
Rook f1. If you do nothing, for example, let's say a stupid move like rook c2, just rook c to c7, you start collecting everything on the 7th rank.
Yeah. I see many of you disappointed with Fabiano. It's just so difficult to play this tournament, so I think we shouldn't be too hard on Fabiano. He played a very good game until the point that he had the advantage, he was winning, and he just maybe relaxed too much. We don't even know what could have happened in his head in that position. Move 41, you have more time on the clock. Piece up, and you just need to make a few more moves and the opponent resigns.
Yeah. And people are saying that a draw is a great. Please just confirm this to us. So e2 was played and rook e1. Wow. So after rook d2, rook b1 was played instead of rook b7.
e2, rook e1,
E2,
and rook f8. And they
rook
agreed
f8.
to a draw here.
So probably d7, and then just takes, and then
takes
rook
e2,
takes e2.
So it's 3 pawns against 3 pawns, no dangerous pass pawns anymore. Well, the c5 pawn is still on the board, but it's not easy to promote it.
Yeah. So let's just wait until this is confirmed.
Yeah, this is to all fans of Fabiano. Yeah, we are really sorry about it, but just one mistake is enough. And even though Topalov blundered, Fabiano saw it. He played the right move. Let's go back to the critical position, I think. First of all, Queen e7 was something that we couldn't understand.
Yeah.
He missed knight takes d6 and then the knight goes back to e4, so this is a pawn up for white. And after knight h3, which is tricky, but still, rook f6, knight c8, this is a piece up.
This is a whole piece up. And after queen d8 that was played in the game, it was really simple to go rook take f6. And after queen f6, rook b2 defending the b2 pawn, you just had to see one little trick. After bishop f5, boom, queen takes f5 was winning.
Because of knight e7.
Because of knight e7, and then take this queen back.
Exactly. It's just so incredible that it's so easy for them to see this, but at the same time, he must have been nervous or something must have happened to him because he just couldn't take the best decision objectively. Yeah. Also, we see their graphics is that Fabiano has won 5 games against Topalov, drew 5 and only lost 1 game. So he had a very good personal score against the player who is clearly out of shape in this tournament. Topalov is on -2. It was such a good chance for Fabiano to win today.
Yeah, and after rook b5, suddenly everything is not so easy, right? I mean, just rook takes f2, rook g6, and rook f1, king h2, queen to c8, and now it's really tricky. I mean, the endgame should be better for white, but it's not that clear. After queen takes h6, after queen d7, the position is really unclear. You have e4, e3, and then this pawn is protected. There are some ideas like rook f6, because actually you cannot take because g takes h6 is possible. So yeah, not that easy, this position.
But still, he perhaps had to try queen takes h6.
Yeah.
Anyway, the surprising move was rook b5, and we will want to see the press conference, of course, and hear what Fabi says about this move, why he didn't capture on f6.
Yeah.
It seemed to be such a normal move, and we don't understand why he didn't play it. Of course, nobody understands it.
So a draw is agreed. We can see already in our webpage. And yeah, just remember, guys, that Jan will be recording the game of the day in English and Spanish. I will be doing the same in
English and German.
Jan, English and German plans, and I will be doing it in Spanish. So yeah, some last comments, Anita. What do you want to say before we go?
I would like to say happy birthday to Veselin Topalov. He was given a gift today by Fabiano Caruana,
really big gift,
who had a winning position but did not win it. So that's Fabiano Caruana's birthday gift to Veselin Topalov. Maybe after this, after saving the game today, Topalov will have more confidence and bounce back because he was on -2. He is still on -2, but it was almost -3.
Yeah. So still some hopes for him to come back to the action.
Exactly, 10 more rounds to go. Everything can happen. So tomorrow we will have, once again, we will say Anish Giri against Peter Swidler, Vishy Anand against Hikaru Nakamura, Veselin Topalov against Sergei Karjakin, and Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. So now Sergei Karjakin is leading with +2. Then we have Aronian with +1. Is there anyone else with +1? No, they are just Karjakin +2, Aronian +1, and the rest of the field on 50%. Caruana, Anand, Giri, Swidler, and we have on -1 Nakamura and -2 for Topalov.
Yeah. Of course, we would like to thank you guys for being on the chat, giving your comments, ideas, whatever, everything. It's really nice to have you there.
Exactly, as usual. Thank you guys for being here. Without you, it would not be the same. And we are doing the show for you. So we appreciate your comments, your tweets, everything that you do to collaborate with the commentary.
All right. So I think we can close this session. And of course, we hope to see you tomorrow here at the same time.
As usual, tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central European time.
Hope to see the same questions. Where is Jan and where are the moves?
So, we hope not to see where are the moves. We hope to have the moves as usual. So we have the right to see the moves.
Yeah.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow
Usual at 1 o'clock.
Bye.